human intervention or a human monitoring is basically always required, right? Is always required. And then, of course, comes in privacy and digital identity, because everything needs to identify, right? Everything needs to be identified. That's how the accountability aspect would basically, you will be able to weave in the accountability aspect. If there is no identity, then yes, it's like kind of I would say something in you're there in nowhere and you don't know what exactly, who was responsible for it. So fixing it gets a challenge there. And then, of course, the fifth direction is AI-enabled organizational transformation. Today, organizations, if we say yes, came in the industrial revolution, so there was an adaptation. Then came in the technological revolution, so there was an adaptation again. So that's where we were talking about industry 4.0. Today we are into industry 5.0. So today we're looking at AI enablement in, and that's where organizations are transitioning from just pure digital systems or technology enabled systems to AI enhanced systems. So that's again where this adaptation has to be smooth and seamless. So that's another very good research direction where we could look at how the domains are actually going about moving. And then lastly, if you see equity and sustainability. So when you say equity and sustainability, so here basically, I would say is um, equity is, of course, sustainability. I've already spoken about that. But then again, when you look at equity, so here you're looking at fairness, non-biasness. Like say, for example, we all know about, when you apply talent acquisition. Let me take talent acquisition as a very good example out here. So today we all know when you look at talent acquisition, so technically they are all governed with AI. So the first level filtering basically is being um, done by AI and not by the HR anymore. So having said that, how is that being handled? So that's being handled by, if you see, yes, we all run our resume, we put in the JD for the opportunity, we run our resume, and then we tailor it. Now, of course, now when you look at this, so you have two aspects to it. One, yes, there is someone who is capable enough and is doing that kind of a job. So their resumes get shortlisted. Likewise, someone who has customized their CV to, get shortlisted. So these are two different things. These are two different things. So that's where, if you see here, so what I'm trying to say is that trustworthiness. I'm coming back to the aspect of trustworthiness in explainable AI. So that's where human intervention is always required. We just can't blindly just go with AI enabled systems and totally rely on it, right? Totally rely on it. Then moving to the three questions that are worth pursuing here is, how can you measure responsible AI? So, what are the metrics that would aptly suit it? So, is it just going to be quantitative? Is it just qualitative? Or is it a combination of both? Is what works well, right? So, we can't just stick with either of them, probably a combination of both. Coming to the second aspect here, so when does human oversight actually improve the outcomes? So when does human monitoring come into? What role does it play? Okay, what role does it play? And where do we humans come into this cycle? And lastly, if you see, basically it's, how does AI redistribute value, risk, and opportunity? This without human intervention, I'm sure you'll agree with me, is to a certain extent, is without human intervention, we just can't let AI fix everything. We just can't let AI fix everything, right? So having said that, moving forward, now this is a framework you can say that I have developed, which I feel is kind of a very generic framework, where of course now looking at what research direction one is looking at, so definitely it can be further enhanced to suit your need. So having said that, so here if you see, first, we have to identify the AI capability. To what extent AI can do the job successfully for us. So if we say yes, if you ask, I would say any nuanced person, they would say, yes, AI can just do it for us. But we as computing professionals, we know technically the extent to which it can actually, it's capable of doing it, what all it can handle, right? So the first aspect is capability. We really need to look at the capability, the decide the level to which the system can actually handle the things for us. So once you have identified the capability, then comes in two aspects. One is the governance. So, what are your policies that need to be taken care of by the system? Because we need to have a very clear cut demarcation on the policy measures that need to be taken. And on the contrary, we shouldn't be forgetting the human factor. We shouldn't be forgetting the human factor, because human factor here comes in terms of trust, in terms of resilience. So because if anything goes wrong, what are the fixes that you can't wait till something should go wrong and then you try fixing it. So that's how we build the maturity systems, right? So having said that, so that's where the human factor comes in, where we are analyzing it from a risk point of view. What are the things that can go wrong? So if they go wrong, if these things come in, then yes, how do we enable our system to handle it, and to what extent can it handle, right? So this is a combination of governance and human factor, and then comes in, so combination of this, having understood the AI capability, is where we move into our transformation. So that's where you're moving ahead on building your systems, and then you look at your outcomes. So this is a very generic framework, I would say, that I feel is a workflow that should be adapted. And then coming to research. So when we are looking at research, how research should evolve in this aspect. So one is where you're just looking at the computational power, right? So the computational aspect based on which the systems can be enhanced. The next is your experimental. So with experimental, if you see here, so here we are, so you have your computational power, you have your systems doing the job for you, but now bringing in the real time aspect to it. Bringing in the real time aspect. Is your system able to take decisive, decisions? Is your system decisive enough, and to what level, right? So this is where your decision experiments actually foolproof your system. And then comes in your organization. So based on the organization, so you use your longitudinal data, you have your use cases, you have surveys based on which the transition we try to make the adaptability into the organization smooth. And then lastly, you can say is participatory. So that's where you co-design this with, you definitely have to involve people who are actually going to be working with it. Like normally, when I take up a software engineering course, I always tell my participants, I say that, okay, when you're looking at building a system, we always say yes, the first is where you're just going ahead and you're trying to understand the system, you meet the stakeholders and you get to know more about the system, and then you start building. But every level, every phase has to have a stakeholder involvement. Why? Because we are not the ones who are developing or going to use the system. Stakeholders are the ones who are going to use the system, and that's very important. That's very important. Lastly, if you see, well, when you look at the research agendas, moving forward, so is your measures, comparing between systems, what's available in what's not available in what, because any system you take is not a one size fits all. Definitely, every system has its lags, has its gains, but then again, these need to be identified. And then comes in your intervention, and lastly is institutionalization. Why institutionalization is very important is because it's the institution, the organization that's going to practice, that's going to actually use the system. And then with feedback, that's how the system evolves, right? So that's how the system evolves. So having said that, um, I would say, in my perspective, it's not just you just need AI, more AI alone. We have done a lot with AI. We have evolved quite matured systems. But then again, what is more required today? What is more required today is basically the, a responsible, excuse me, a responsible digital transformation with ethics involved, right? So with this, I conclude my presentation. So with this, I conclude my presentation. So if there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Yeah, Sophia ma'am, that's a good presentation now. Over to Marceline, sir. His, views about this.
Yeah, you were not very audible.
Thank you. Can you hear us now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Right. I'm Arsenal, and I'm the chair, the co-chair. We have two chairs, the co-chairs of the session. Thank you for your presentation. It was quite interesting, and I think it's the line of the main topic of the conference, AI. I think that you are answering the right questions because we don't know what it will be in the future. We're still questioning what it is.
Yes, yes.
And, I agree with you that the measurements needed to be found, the correct one.
Yeah.
Because right now, I will say that we are maybe swimming in an ocean and we don't know what. We see AI everywhere as we see sustainability everywhere. So
very true.
Yeah, AI became what we're talking about, sustainability. I usually say that sustainable. A few years ago, we're talking about sustainable everywhere. Sustainable energy, sustainable tourism,
yes.
Sustainable panels, and everything became sustainable.
Sustainable, very true.
The same with AI. Today with AI, it's much easier, for instance, to write a paper. 100%
very true. Yes.
Sure that you can write a paper with a good methodology, and then you get your AI, and then you get your publication. But it's not fair, and you get also those questions.
Yes.
I would like my coach to give.
So how do you feel DI is becoming more emerging than EI? Is it now? Is emerging?
Sorry, come again.
Digital intelligence is becoming emerging than EI nowadays.
See, when you look at digital emergence, I would say it's not getting more than AI, but I think it's a combination. Digital emergence cannot do everything without AI. So in my opinion, I would say digital emergence is happening. Why it is backed? Why? Because it is backed by AI. So that's where things are getting enhanced. But of course, as I don't know, I've always had this passion about ethics, because no matter what we do, ethics, like Professor rightly said, yes, within no minutes you can have a research paper there. But when you look at what is the authenticity, You might give the data as well, but then again, what is your point of view in it, and what is your inference to it? So technically, yeah, that's something which really needs to be addressed.
How
Yeah.
basically you differentiate AI and DI? For the
AI
beginners.
and DI. See, okay.
Yes.
So when you say AI, so technically I would say AI is more you're looking at, you're looking at the way your system looks at carrying out a task, right? When you look at digital intelligence, right, there you're basically looking at how you can use that data intelligently, how you can use the data intelligently. So that's basically the way I look at it. Because see, when you look at data warehouses, when you look at BI systems, so what's happening? They are actually evolving the data. They are customizing the data in such a way that it suits the need. It suits the need. So data is being made intelligent so that it addresses what exactly you're looking at, what exactly, the aspects you would want. Now, let's say, for example, we all use cloud, chat, GPT. So what are we doing out here? We're just putting in, so that's where prompt engineering came in. You need to be smart and you need to know how to put in the right question. So only when you're able to frame the question in the right manner, based on the data, it is able to give you, if data was not intelligent, then your AI systems would require more computational power and they would require more time to build what they are doing today, right? So that's where I feel, yeah, that's how data is also being made intelligent. Why? Because AI requires intelligent data and digital intelligence. So yeah, that's how it's happening. So you have data at one end, you have digitization at one end, and then you have AI. So the combination, so it's becoming your digital intelligence is happening, and then yes, you're looking at the AI systems being backed by it. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah. Thank you. Nice. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Just one question,
Yes.
and then. Right, yeah.
I know
we
these
talk
are
about-
topics we can always go on and on with discussion.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
yes.
right. We're talking about artificial intelligence. Do you think that it's more powerful than human intelligence?
See, first of all, the way I know I'm a computer science professor, but I always say one thing is nothing beyond human intelligence. If you look at AI, we are the ones who've built AI.
Yeah.
AI has not it's not built on its own. It's the human brain basically that's built AI. So it's the Almighty's power that has nurtured the human brains to think. So basically, it depends on the extent to which we can think and build our systems, AI-based systems. So yeah, I think that's something.
I think that we
always
will not finish because we still have many questions about AI
Yes, yes,
and the human eye.
yeah,
And
very true.
especially in corporate finance, the question we are asking is, which one is creating better value, more, better, and sustainable value? Which one of the two?
I
A
would say
question, just a question.
yes. See, if you ask me, yes, which is more intelligent? Obviously, I would say AI. Why? Because it is built not just by one human brain, but rather a collaboration of multiple human brains.
Many,
Yes.
yeah.
So definitely, it's
That's right.
definitely more powerful. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much
Right.
for the
Thank you so
presentation.
much. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
that's always good to listen. The team actually works rather than going into what single work or solo work. It doesn't work out. So being into AI and DI sir was speaking about a team. So it's
Right.
good to have such an intellectual kind of discussion right now.
Yes,
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you for the wonderful
My
presentation.
pleasure.
Yeah, let's go forward for our
Ma'am?
wonderful participants, they are here to present their papers. Okay, and the first presentation by Mr. Ashish, titled Digital Transformation for Sustainable Enterprises, examining the mediating role of IoT adoption in Industry 4.0. Enabling MSMEs, AC5. So are you here? Yeah. Yeah, you can go ahead. Yes. Sir, you're not audible. Please, could you please raise your volume or hello? No, sir, you're not audible. Could you please remove your headphones and try with the speaker? No, sir. You're not audible.
But it is not.
You're speaking, we can.
Your voice,
Observe that you-
the voice is very low.
No, sir, your voice is not audible. You're not audible.
Device issue.
Please check with the headphones.
Devices.
Your device. No, sir, you're not audible. You can speak normally without headphones.
Ask him to remove.
Please remove your headphones once. Let's move ahead with another participant.
Yes, it is slightly.
Yeah. So, Ashish sir, please take your time. Let's move with the another participant presentation by Dr. S. Lara Priyadharshini.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Shall I continue with my presentation?
Yeah, please give me a minute, Priyadharshini ma'am. Ashish sir, please take your time. We can move ahead after Priyadharshini ma'am's presentation. You can respond to chat box, please. Ashish sir. Yeah, Priyadharshini ma'am, please go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. I will share my PPT.
Yeah, please. Please continue, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, I'm just sharing, ma'am. Just a second.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, just a second. My PPT is getting open. Hope my screen is visible to all. Ma'am, shall I proceed?
Yeah, ma'am, please proceed.
Yes. So good afternoon to all the panel members. This is Dr. Lara
Please
Priyadarshini.
let me have a word. Okay, dear participants, you will be having only 7 minutes to finish your presentation. All the best.
Okay. So this is Dr. Lara Priyadarshini.
Please go for the presentation mode. Presentation. Yeah, your PPT is full screen.
Is
Yeah,
it
thank
fine,
you.
ma'am?
Yeah, thank you.
So my topic is the significant barriers to metaverse adoption in Indian MSMEs, a behavior and structural analysis. So the major reason why I have chosen this topic is we all know that MSME contribute approximately around 30% of India GDP and 45% of total manufacturing output. So it is the time we need to give more concentration over the MSME development. And also we need to go through the different dimensions of technological advancement. In that, comparing to the other technical advancement like cloud computing or AR, VR, whatever it may be, but the metaverse market is projected to exceed USD 800 billion by 2028. So we had a thought out to link MSME as well as the metaverse market. Beyond the virtual reality or the VR, AR, whatever it may be, the metaverse integrates AI, digital twins, blockchain, everything in a single platform. Definitely, it will give a lot of enhancement to the productivity level, especially in MSMEs. So, why I have chosen MSMEs is especially in the Kongu region of Tamil Nadu, the powerhouse is generating around 46.46 billion in exports. So if we take this as a base model, means definitely whatever the results are coming through this analysis will definitely lead as a common conceptual framework in the nationwide also. So as a filling the research void, we have taken two literatures. The one is the TBP, that is technology processing, and as well as the other one is the TOE, technology organization and environment processing, that is plant behavior and organizational environment. So we have just combined these two frameworks in order to address this particular version. So our main aim is what is the behavioral and structural barriers facing by the MSMEs in the field of metaverse adoption. Because hereafter in nearby future, the metaverse is going to do a lot of wonders in the field of technology. So instead of most of the researchers, they have mentioned that this particular knowledge, technology will be adopted by the organization means it will give more impact. But they never do what are the barriers are affecting in adopting these types of technology. So we have taken that as a particular research gap and we have formulated this. So this is the literature insights. So technology in MSMEs, previous studies, they predominantly focus on cloud computing, industry 4.0 like that. So the critical lack of empirical research, especially as I mentioned already, the metaverse integration is highly becoming a gap in the field of MSMEs. So, metaverse context, in the related of metaverse context, they have a lot of researchers, they have done a research on education, consumer behavior, large corporation and all. But in the field of MSME, very limited papers are they have done. So these are the various gaps we have identified based on the 20 we have decided. So this is the main tagline. What the metaverse can do. Instead of going beyond the what the metaverse can do, it is the need to investigate why MSMEs are not doing it. Then only we will give some platform to the new startup persons. They can start researching on what type of metaverse at a low cost or low technology things like that they can start thinking. As well as for the policymakers, it will be really helpful to think over that. What is really making the people not going beyond the the metaverse adoption rate. So this is the conceptual framework based on the review of literature and research gap. We have made this conceptual framework. So we have taken the behavioral barriers and structural barriers. We have taken the adoption intention as the mediating one and metaverse adoption as the dependent one. So we have taken three control variables: enterprise category, years of operation, and industry sector. So based on this, we have framed the hypothesis and we have used the structural equation modeling and come up with the results. So the methodology, as I mentioned already, we have incorporated two important theories in this. Based on this theories only, we have come up with the conceptual framework. One is the planned behavior, the other one is technology organization environment. So we know that the planned behavior, the behavior of the individual will definitely give a lot of inputs. So their decision is going to depend on which technology they are going to adopt for the organization, as well as based on the technology aspects, based on the organizational perspective, and based on the environment. Any organization will decide whether they are going for a particular technology or not. So we are taken for the behavioral and structural. So one is related to psychological concept, the other one is related to the technological aspects. That's why we have taken these two theories. Based on that only we have gone for the conception framework. So why we have to chosen the Congo region means, as I mentioned already, it is a 46.4 billion in exports. So if you take this as a cluster means, definitely it will lead to a base work in the nationwide. That's why we have selected the Congo region of Tamil Nadu for our study. So we have the validated instrument. We have developed our questionnaire based on the need of the research objectives and research questions. So we have made the final, before entering into the final version, we have made a analysis by having a specialized academician and 10 MSME owners before entering into the final data collection. After doing certain changes based on their suggestions, we have framed the final questionnaires and we have circulated, and we got around 280 respondents. It is around 87.2% valid response rate we got. We got only from the founders, owners, and MDs. Because why means? Because they are the decision makers. Whatever the technology they are going to implement in their organization, they are the final decision makers. That's why we have targeted them. Then we have used the structural equation modeling and to eliminate the yes ma'am.
For every slide, could you go with the gist rather than?
Yeah, sure. Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah, so please. Yeah,
sure.
Of time, right? Yes.
Yeah, okay. To eliminate the heterogeneity, we have used the Gaussian coupler, and we have to avoid the common method bias. We have used the Kalman single factor. So we have just come across with all the analysis and make our questionnaire very structured. So this is the key points about the research. So what we have got from this analysis is the barriers do not merely block the technology. They fundamentally erode the internal adoption intention of decision maker. This is the major concern. So only the barriers not having the direct impact on the technology adoption. The adoption intention of the owners or the stakeholders also is doing a very good impact on that. So we got a full mediation. The adoption intention, we got some full mediation. So we have make it as a psychological and structural hurdles. Adoption is shifted by the behavioral resistance as well as the structural constraint. In that, we got the most important factor as technological anxiety and risk perception, and skill gap and inadequate digital infrastructure. These are the things we got as a high impact things. So as I mentioned already, the Congo blueprint for scalability. Definitely by choosing the Congo region, whatever the results we are getting, based on that, it is easy for the entire nation to take up with the scalability. That is the basic framework for policy making for other outcomes also. So what will be the actionable strategic outcome? That is, definitely it will lead the startup to develop a low-code, affordable metaverse solution. So based on that, they can understand what is the expectation of MSME. If they want to adopt the metaverse adoption means, what is their expectation? Based on that expectation, it will give a lead to the startup persons to think on the new development of products like low-code, affordable metaverse solutions. Like that, they can start thinking. So in two aspects it will be useful. One is for the startup people, the other one for the policy makers. For policy makers also, they can able to get the vital solution. So what are the real thing happening in the scenario, MSME scenarios. So this is the analysis and discussion. As I mentioned already, it is a full mediation. We have discussed a full mediation. It means that the barriers does not directly impacting on the technology adoption. The adoption intention is also playing a major part. So that is the major concern. So we need to, if you want to implement a technology related concept means, first we need to think about the psychological aspects also. First we have to understand what are the concerns the founders, that is the owners, they are facing in implementing new type of technology, whether it may be a cost, related to cost, whether it may be related to the environment, whether it may be related to some other external factors. So we need to consider that perspective also. So that is the major concern we have got from this analysis. So the last 2 point is very important. Is call for frugal innovation. That is, this discussion highlights the urgent need for low code, affordable, and user friendly metaverse solution. This is very, very important. Then it will give a action for the startups and policymakers. So as I mentioned already, for startup and policymakers, definitely this psychological and the structural barriers give a very good platform to think over in a different perspective. So this is about the research contribution in the side of innovation and technological resilience. So yes, so we have incorporated two major framework. Then we have come up with the role of MSME in the 800 billion global metaverse economy. So this is very, very important concept. We need to start thinking. Then it leads to the frugal innovation for startup people. So the Congo region blueprint, it will act as a blueprint in order to adapt the solution in a nationwide. So the major concept is the evidence-based insight. Based on this analysis, it is possible for any people to get the evidence-based insight, psychological readiness, organization capability, and targeted interventions. So this is the conclusion. So the mindset as a critical pivot. This is very, very important. So instead of thinking about what are the technologies are available, in what ways we can able to implement that, along with us, the mindset is also playing a major role. We need to consider this. The government policymakers, the government people, they have to consider the mindset of the owners also, what they are thinking, whether it is affordable or not. So the mindset is playing a major role. So we need to think over that by creating an awareness, by creating a training program, by creating a lead related aspects to the owners. So what is the benefit they will get based on this types of technology, by adapting these types of technology. So whatever the training we are given, again they will start thinking about the scale up properties. They will start thinking about the cost. So it will lead the startups to think on how to make the affordability based on the region. So Coimbatore, based on the region also, they have to start thinking how to make the adoption process. So it is a path to global leadership, multi-stakeholder synergy, a call for frugal innovation. These are the main concept of our paper. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Let's go for the questionnaire. Hand over to the session chairs.
Thank you for your presentation. I have just one question. I'm co-sharing. I don't know if you can see us.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm co-sharing with my colleague. Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, please go ahead.
The picture is still so. Right. You mentioned that the MSME contributed to 30% of the GDP. And 45%.
Sir, your voice is breaking. Your voice is breaking, sir.
Maybe just stop. You can stop. You can stop the video.
Stop our video.
I turn off my video also.
He's sharing.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead with the question.
Yeah, maybe it's much better now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and 45% manufacturing output, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea what is the part of the services?
Idea of?
The part in the GDP of the services, the service sector.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As I mentioned already, the metaverse adoption is going to be predicted about 800 billion. So within 2028. So based on this only, we have decided to take this as a metaverse adoption. Where here, especially in the Congo region, no one has adopted this type of prototypes. So it is very needed if they want to enhance in their productivity, means definitely they have to depend on this types of technologies. So if they understand the need, if they understand the need of this technology, and if they started to implement means, definitely it will contribute to the overall GDP also.
Well, India is known as one of the most contributors in the fintech, because
Yes.
I'm from. Do you have any idea of the contribution of the fintechs in the banking system?
I'm not sure about that, sir.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Which barrier is most affecting for this adoption?
So the psychological aspect, the mentality of the stakeholders, that is the founders, owners. Because first
Uh-huh.
they need to understand the value of these types of technology, even though they are having the barriers like a skill gap, the cost, everything is playing a major role. But if they understand means, yes, definitely within 1 year, 2 year after implementing, it will give a lot of impact means it is possible to make the changes.
What remedial measures to be implemented on this particular area?
Sir,
Remedial measures.
remedial measures.
Yes.
Yes, sir. So as I mentioned, so we need to organize a lot of awareness programs, and we need to organize a lot of capacity building programs for the stakeholders. So in order to make them to understand what the value of these types of technology, and also the government have to take the initiative to give the guidelines for the startup to have a these types of prototypes development at a low cost, low code like that, so that the Congo region people they can start adopting these types of higher end technologies. Once they have started means, definitely they will, as a word of mouth, they can make this type of technology to be enhanced to the other sectors also.
What is your contribution on this analysis, actually, on this particular paper?
Yeah, I'm the major, sir. I have done the full analysis part.
What you are actually? You're doing any research on this?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have done the analysis part fully for this paper. Analysis part.
No. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Let's go ahead with one more presentation, Ashish sir. Are you here? Ashish sir. You're still not audible. No, sir. Other participants, could you please help me in this? Is Ashish sir audible?
No, no.
Yeah.
You want to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Sudhi sir.
Yeah.
Sir, please check your permissions once. So, Sudhi sir, are you ready for the presentation?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I will share the screen.
Yes, sir, please. Yeah, let's maintain timeline, my dear participants. Okay, let's maintain up to 7 minutes.
Just give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Are you able to see the screen?
Yeah, you're sharing things, sir.
And the presentation also?
No, sir, you are not able to see the presentation.
No presentation?
Yeah. You share the presentation screen. Open your PPT and start sharing that screen.
Now it is visible?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead with the thank you.
Yeah. But your voice is, ma'am, is not so much audible.
Yes, sir. No problem. You please go ahead.
Okay. So good afternoon, and I am Sudhir Mane. My co-author is Dr. Sunil Patel. I am doing my PhD from Karnavati University, and today's my research paper is on building resilience at automotive supply chains, how the digital capabilities, lean manufacturing transform the supplier energy into a sustainable outcome. So just I will give a background. So I am working in one automotive company, which is called as a John Deere, which is a tractor manufacturing company, and I'm taking care of operation supply chain, and that's how my thesis or my this presentation research paper is in line with my experience. I am having 26 years of experience in the industry. This is what is already we have talked, and Sophia ma'am has explained it very well how AI is helping in all the sectors. So in manufacturing also, for a sustainable manufacturing, it is very important that we should work upon the resilience, because if something in the line it goes down, then entire supply chain value is will get stuck. So like the OEM, the machine manufacturers, the tier one supplier, tier two logistic, everybody is now working upon the outcomes, and this is very very important when we are talking about our growth in India. So why this research paper is required? Because 6.8% GDP is being contributed by the automotive sector. So that's very very important when we are talking about the sustainable supply chain. And it is almost 40% contribution from in India manufacturing. Then 240 billion dollar is estimated automotive turnover, and that's why it's automotive running in very good nature is very very important, and which is 30 million is direct and indirect jobs are there, which are very important with the sector which is called as the automotive industry. So that's why I have done this research, and I am publishing this paper because this is something very very important when we are talking about. So why these challenges? Because as we know, from last 4 or 5 years, recent years, the COVID, the semiconductor shortage, a lot of regulation from TREM 4, TREM 5 norms are there in India, the emission norm for automobile, and a lot of integration is not there. So solution is like Industrial 4.0, Make in India, the government policies, and a lot of drives from individual organization. But this needs to be sync in one, so that we can have a proper alignment towards the sustainability of the supply chain. So as sir has mentioned, now the sustainability is not only the greenhouse gas or that kind of a stuff, but sustainability when we are talking about it is economics, environment, and social in the supply chain. So that's what very important. These are my introduction, like what kind of disruption are coming, like pandemic, semiconductor, and geopolitical. Right now also we are going through a lot of conflicts, geopolitical issues, and because of which entire supply chain in India is having a challenges. And this is very important that we need to predict the disruptions, plan proactively, and work on that. So right now many companies they have started using these three things, which are the research for my paper: the digital enablements, the lean practices, and the supply chain collaboration. But my research is saying which is the most important and how part, when we are implementing the digital things, then lean practices and supply collaboration. So sustainable resilience is my outcome. This is something a flow. I will not spend time here. This is how I have done. So to do this research paper, I have gone through a lot of literature. These are the key authors which have talked about digital enablement, lean practices, supply collaboration, and these are the core findings, or I will say gap from the literature review, which has been mentioned here. So the crux is that these are the three things which is very very important from this slide. Then I have gone into much more details as I am having an industrial experience. What is digital enablement being used, lean practices, what kind of supplier collaboration right now is available. This is the objective of the study, which has been also tested through hypothesis. One is the digitalization, the second is the lean practices, and third is the supplier collaboration. So there are many factors, but I have considered for this research paper these three, top three. This is my methodology. Again, very constructive methodology for research. Anything sampling, data collection, and all these things. So for this research paper, I have done data, and this is actual data which I have taken from the industrial expert. 280 various things like OEM, automobile companies, a lot of experienced people they have given. This has been generated through the Google. Uh, okay, so and a lot of getting insights from the people, which has been mentioned here. I have used research tools like PLS SEM analysis, which is a smart PLS software, which is a statistical analysis tool, which will give you a lot of reliability, validity, and a lot of structural models like path coefficient, then effect size, hypothesis testing. A reliability check also has been done with the research data. I have used this all the terminologies or all these things to validate my research data, and also the decision has been explained here very in a proper manner. Hypothesis testing, which I have done, the T values, the P values has been calculated. All this software, Smart PLS, has given me a lot of things, insights for supporting my hypothesis, and all the hypothesis has been supported through this. This is the graphical summary. So these digital things which are being used in industry, which is strongly supported through the data analysis, then lean and supplier collaboration. So overall, these three things has been statistically supported, and digital enablement, then lean practices, supplier collaboration is having a significant impact on the sustainable resilience or sustainable supply chain. This is the structural model. So a lot of analytical value has been done to ensure that these three are really making an impact on sustainable supply chain. Then I have validated with a lot of statistical tool, and again the values are on a positive side, and these are supporting to my research paper. This is the analytical things which has been came from this. So what research contributes to our innovation and technology? So innovation is like lean excellence, then digital transformation, and these are interlinked. This is not we can operate in isolation for any industry, for the supply chain, sustainable supply chain. Which are the technology? So people have started ERP, IoT, AI also, big data, cloud, which we have heard from Sophia ma'am. So many automobile companies they are using this, but these are all bits and pieces. So how we are interlinked each thing to get more outcome, which is in terms of sustainable supply chain. So that is what is very very important. So from this slide you can see these are the, I will say, a summation of all the things which will keep our India as the growing nation, and also the automotive sector will help for the GDP. So the conclusion is from this research paper is these three things which has been considered is very very important. Other factors are also can be studied in future, like culture, leadership support, technology readiness, and all these things. But these are the three which is very very important right now for the sustainable supply chain when we are talking about. And really the business are getting a lot of business continuity, faster recovery, which has been tested in COVID period, and also when there was a semiconductor issues, or right now the war which is going on. So if we use in the industry these three things, then really this will be on the good note. So this is what is my research was taken place.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the presentation. Let's go for the discussion session. Over to the session chairs.
Discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you for the presentations. We are two chairs. We co-chairing the session.
Yes.
Right, just a simple question. What is it? A sustainable supply chain?
Sustainable supply chain is like we have to predict the disruption, the stoppages, and proactively data analysis of the past, so that we can take actions proactively, so that entire industry should not get stopped because of any major disruption. Disruption in India are like as I have mentioned, are many. Even right now, some of the industry are getting issues because of the flood situation. So this kind of disruption can be addressed through this research, which will be help for the sustainable supply chain. Means there will not be any stoppage for
Mhm.
supply and
Wh-
meeting the demand.
Which means that if the supply chain is not sustainable,
Yeah.
it is stoppable.
Yes.
That's the main difference.
Yes. It will create a major issues to many of the people.
And is it that efficient for value creation of the business? Because
Yes.
in the past, we used to talk about supply chain, just supply chain, right?
Yeah.
And
Earlier, it was
with
only
supply
talked about
chain,
supply chain. Now people are talking sustainable supply chain or
but
resilient
why?
supply
The
chain.
question is why? My main question is why?
So why? Because in last 5 years, if you see in India, there are many disruption, big or small, which has asked the industry, automobile industry or automotive industry, to go for the sustainable supply chain. Earlier, only supply chain.
Means sustainable supply chain in India could be different from sustainable supply in EU, European Union.
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
in European Union,
Yeah.
when we're talking about supply chain or anything that is sustainable, it is the way we behave to not negatively impact the future generations.
Yes, you mentioned correctly. The sustainable supply chain in Europe are different. Japan or these
Might
countries.
be, yeah, might be, maybe. I'm
Yes.
just asking the question.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. Do we make any difference between between supply chain and the logistics?
Yes. So right now in India, logistic and supply chain, many of the automobile they are considering one under one roof, and the challenges are different in logistic. Okay, the transportation, the space availability at ports, and all these things, there are different challenges. And in supply chain, like the supplier capability of digitalization, lean is something different. But now it is coming under one umbrella in India. Earlier it was different, but now
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
How does Industry 4.0 improves automobile supply chain resilience?
Yeah. So,
That's
sir,
one
industry, yeah, Industry 4.0 it talks about digitalization. So, I will just give one example. There are many examples. So, in digitalization, we can have a predict the data, the past disruption. Okay, like our own company is taking a data from last 5 years, which kind of a disruption, which is the supplier which is not giving on time deliveries, qualities. Okay, so all this kind of a data is now being analyzed through Industrial 4.0, and lot of Industrial 4.0 things has been implemented, like GPS system to track whether the material is where and how we can plan the things. So definitely Industrial 4.0 is the only thing which will help us to take to the next level in sustainable supply chain.
What is the impact of Corona on this actually?
Yeah, I have today presented one research paper which is mainly on 3 points, but my entire thesis, because I have started my PhD in 2021 when there was a COVID. So a lot of industries has taken learning from this COVID, and as you mentioned, there is a lot many things has been changed after the COVID impact, because the mindset of the industry has been changed. Okay, earlier we have not seen any kind of this kind of a big pandemic, okay, in India or anywhere, but now people are taking a lot of learning from that. So proactively how we can take the things so that our entire continuity of supply chain will remain same. So that's what the research is saying about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Please, sir. Yeah, thank you by keeping time limit in consideration, and it's a very good presentation. And all the best for your PhD.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Let's go forward with another presenter. Presentation by Ms. Shipra Varma. Right. And the title is so catchy. Click, place, experience. The metaverse shifting furniture real AC double tree. Yeah, ma'am, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I hope my
Ma'am, you're not audible. Your voice is very low. Could you please turn up the volume?
Am I audible now, ma'am?
A little bit.
Little bit,
Okay, just
much more better.
is it better now, ma'am?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Okay. Is my PPT visible, ma'am?
Yeah, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. Okay. So good morning, respected chair, distinguished panel members, fellow researchers, and everyone present. I'm Shipra Vadhva Rai, a PhD research scholar at IMED Bharati Vidyapeeth, and I'm presenting this research paper co-authored with my PhD supervisor, Dr. Sonali Prasad Dharmadhikari. The title, as already appreciated by you, is Click Place Experience, the Metaverse Shift in Furniture Retail. Technological evolution of retail has changed how consumers shop, but the transformation is more than the technology alone. In this experience economy, it is a fundamental shift in what retailers are offering as value, from products to convenience and now experiences. Physical retail offered product access, while e-commerce changed the retailer's role and gained competitive advantage through wider research, extensive product assortments, product comparison, reviews, detailed information, home delivery service, reducing the time and effort involved. Though traditional online retail added to the convenience and has been very well accepted, but it faces certain challenges. The physical world is three-dimensional, but the digital information is still mostly two-dimensional. And the same thing we experience in the online platform, where products are mostly there as static images and descriptions. Consumers have to mentally reconstruct how that product will actually look, fit, and function in their own space. They have to interpret missing depth and spatial relationships, which leads to cognitive load and sometimes missing and unclear details. Consumers experience lack of visualization, limited interactivity, and personalization. This gap creates a purchase uncertainty and hesitation, which leads to post purchase dissatisfaction and higher return rates. This evolution of immersive retail enables consumer to experience them through 3D visualization, placing it in their own environment, customizing it, or even experiencing in virtual environment. The metaverse marks a significant shift from e-commerce to immersive commerce. It's basically a shift in human technology interaction. In full potential, if we see metaverse in future, users will interact through avatars, holograms, in shared digital spaces, and may even involve retailing of the digital products. But in current scenario, among these technologies, augmented reality has emerged as the metaverse most mature and accessible application, particularly in the furniture retail. And our current research also focuses on the same. If we really understand what augmented reality is, in a most layman term, it allows users to see virtual objects in the real environment in real time. I have certain pictures to show that how digital products can be overlaid in our real surroundings. If we see the retail market of the online furniture market, the growth rate is projected at 13.55% CAGR, which is almost at par with the global growth rate. And we are expecting a $6 billion market size by 2034. And so we need to be participative to get this growth going academically as well as give insights to the industry. If we see the furniture as a particular product, it's very unique because it has high involvement, high value purchase. It is very important to see that product within our own living spaces. The context is very important. And then it's more than just a product, it is a reflection of a personal identity. And so a lot of customization in terms of size, color, material makes a difference. And what has been lately observed is a lot of omni-channel buying behavior has been observed amongst the urban consumers, where since they are so digital savvy and tech savvy, they would like to do their own analysis, research before going to the market And so if we provide them a situation where they have good information available and very satisfactory information available, their whole purchase journey will be becoming very easy. And if we look from the point of view of the suppliers, the returns is a big challenge in furniture industry. One, because of the size of the product, the fragility of the product, and the most common furniture currently is the modular furniture, do-it-yourself furniture. So once that is put together, it's very difficult to have any kind of return. So that is another big challenge that can be addressed by getting augmented reality efficiently applicable in case of the industry. This is some of the literature insights which are there, and from which I have identified. I did an extensive literature survey, and one of the most important gap identified is that most of the literature confirms AR's potential to improve customer experience, but evidence remains fragmented on how specific AR characteristics jointly drive the engagement, decision confidence, and purchase intention in online furniture retail, particularly in emerging markets such as India. I hope I'm audible currently in between. Ma'am, I'm audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. So the gap identified basically is that we just don't want to look into augmented reality, but now we want to go deeper and dig into what are the specific attributes of augmented reality contributing so that we can make it more effective and we can make it more friendly to the consumers. So this is the research question that I have framed is based on that, which says that how do augmented reality experience characteristics? The characteristics that we have chosen are interactivity, visualization quality, information richness, and system quality. How do these act as a stimulus and create certain internal changes in terms of consumer engagement? The consumer engagement is being measured in terms of cognitive, emotional, and behavioral, because augmented reality helps us to it engages us not in just in terms of understanding the product better and kind of getting the details of it, but also it connects us in terms of interesting. It makes it more interesting, and so it is more than just the cognitive part. It also has an emotional angle to it, where you already feel the possession of the product even before buying it. And the response has been measured in terms of decision confidence and purchase intention. So I have laid out my research objective based on the research question that I have just mentioned, and SOR framework has been used to understand from stimulus to organism to response. The research methodology adapted has been mentioned here. It is quantitative, descriptive, exploratory. The data collection has been secondary and primary as well. Primary data, we had around 540 respondents. The study was targeted with the urban consumers with 18 years and above, and who are generally in the metropolitan cities, since we are looking for that kind of age group. And so convenience sampling was followed. Cronbach's alpha was used for the reliability test, and Likert scale has been used. Coming to analysis and discussion. This is the profile of the respondents in terms of gender, age, educational qualification, occupation, marital status, and type of family. Now going characteristic by characteristic, if we look at the augmented reality characteristic, the first being interactivity, this was the strongest dimension overall, with 68% agree to easily interact, 66% agree to accurately place furniture, and 63% agree to interaction feels natural. So consumers clearly find the manipulation mechanics intuitive. The information richness was also very positive, with 78% agree information helps to evaluate products, 75% agree easily compare options, and AR contributes significantly to for the information acquisition and product evaluation. System quality, 69% agree that platform performs reliably. 12% responded disagree to system work quickly and no lag. So there is a technical performance issue which needs to be addressed. And then a biggest concern was the vivid color and finish matches decor has the highest disagreement. And so the color and material dependability is something which needs that overall visualization should be added further so that the consumers can be more confident of using this technology and do not have to, it can even bring their omni-channel behavior to total dependency on online. Then looking at the consumer engagement, 80% agreed that 3D viewing makes shopping more engaging for them. 76% agreed that spend time exploring, and 78% agree that they experiment a lot with color and design. So that is one biggest advantage of having augmented reality, where people explore on the extreme end of the choices, where they can be totally exploratory, something which they would not probably do once they are offline or in any other situations, but they could be really experimental with it, and which would definitely increase the sales. So 64% try placing furniture in different spots. So this also shows their excitement level and their involvement with the technology. The consumer responses were measured in terms of decision confidence and purchase intention. And it showed that 69% of respondents feel sure of the choice with physical store. This is still a problem which has been identified because it's a touch and feel product. So to bring it to that level that they do not feel the dependency on physical store, we need to look into certain measures which we just discussed before.
Yeah. Excuse me, ma'am. Could you please move forward for the next slides? Go for the conclusion of each slide.
Okay.
So for the conclusion slide, you can take 2 minutes, okay? Yeah, thank you.
Coming to key findings and recommendations, the finding indicate that AI has successfully definitely moved beyond the passive product viewing towards the active exploration. Learning curve was the top cited challenge. So the suggestion is that a guided tutorial or even some exploration incentives can be there to lower this adoption barrier. 63% agree to visualizing item together. So particularly for furniture industry, the retailers can enable the complete room planning, multiple function combination, side-by-side configuration comparison, or space optimization option. 68% discovered new styles, so which we have already discussed. AR needs to, during my secondary research, then one very important drawback that I found was that AR is still not, it's just an optional visualization feature and not an integrated shopping platform. So we can look at enabling consumers, so they're not able to completely move from that platform to immediately ordering the product. So we can look it as an enabling shopping platform, which can seamlessly connect them to the product evaluation and purchase. So instead of just trying, they can go to the purchase level as well. The research contribution towards innovation and technology, the study extends the innovation journey of Indian online furniture and retail from making furniture digitally accessible to digitally evaluation in terms of immersive interaction and contextual relevance. The study analyzes augmented reality technology for furniture industry in terms of visual, interactive, and contextual content. The study contributes to the evaluation journey towards metaverse retail, which is the next gen retail which is expected. The findings show the information richness was the strongest driver of the engagement, followed by interactivity. And to conclude, the study provides the empirical insight. It has been able to give the empirical insights of how augmented reality has been a key enabling technology of metaverse. And it enables the consumers to visualize, explore, and evaluate furniture within their own living spaces. For retailers, AR offers a pathway to strengthen omni-channel experiences and deepen customer engagement through immersive interaction. AR may also support more sustainable retail practices by reducing purchase uncertainty and thus product returns, which is one of actually the biggest challenge of online retail, and so lowering the reliance on the physical sample product and thereby adding to the sustainability as well, because it can bring a big change in the number of samples that they have to put to display. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you, and open for the questions.
Yeah, let's hand over the session for the session chair for the discussion.
Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, it's a bit noisy here, so I have just one question. Why did you target? Let me see. Only urban consumers.
We targeted urban consumers because they are more technology friendly, and they are the people who are actually using this technology, because technology also has a curve where we have some initial adopters followed by late adopters. So we chose the segment which is the early adopters.
I mean, that's means maybe to validate the hypothesis, it could be good to use non-urban consumers to see how they could react to the question.
I'll take note of that.
What are the basic major challenges in adoption of this metaverse?
The
Major
biggest
challenges.
the biggest challenges right now, the biggest one is the learning curve, because people still, like how we all have evolved in terms of adapting every technology that comes. Similarly, for this also, certain incentives have to be given, and certain easy provisions have to be given to improve this learning curve and make it more steep. So one is that, and the other is from the point of view of technology also. As I said, the products have to be more real, more the colors and the textures have to become more and more real for people to feel, for consumers to feel that yes, the product is exactly like how they would go and physically see the product. So once that mapping happens, it will the technology will be adopted as how all the technologies are taken. And also there is another thing right now, that the technology is in a phase that it's still very costly for the retailers. So once the technology expands and the price factor comes down, it will be more easily available and more adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Dear participants,
Thank you.
the note, let's take our lunch break for half an hour. We'll meet by 2:20. Is it fine? We can continue the session up to through 3:30. Please be available. Let's finish your presentation. Okay, we'll start by 2:20.
We'll start at 2:20, madam.
2:20. Yes, sir. Please meet the session by 2:20. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
ઓલી બાજુ જો મ્યુટ બટન ખાલી દબી દે તો વોલ્યુમ નું બટન પેલી લાઈન માં ઉપર દબાઈ થઈ ગયું થઈ ગયું થઈ ગયું હાલો હાલો ચાલુ જ છે મને કેમ એવું લાગે બધા લંચ બ્રેક માં ગયા હોય
Yeah, people have gone on break.
ઓકે ઓકે થેન્ક યુ
Yeah, there's a lot of difference from Andhra and other states. Most of their they give much importance to their regional languages. Other than Andhra and Telangana, other regional states, they give importance to their regional languages. Tamil Nadu. Sir, let's start.
Yeah. So good afternoon. I'm Kishore Deshmukh. Good afternoon, session chairs and my
Yes,
fellow.
Yes,
research
sir. Kishore,
Yeah.
sir, welcome for the afternoon session. Sorry for the delay since there is a sort of power cut for the inaugural session. There's a delay. Thank you for your patience, dear participants. Let's continue with the session. Yeah, Kishore, sir,
No,
please
no
continue.
problem. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So good afternoon again. I am Kishore Deshmukh, research scholar from United World Institute of Management, Karnataka University, Gandhinagar. And I am also, professional working in automotive and transportation industries. 25 experience with Tata Motors, John Deere, and currently working with Alstom Transport Bangalore. So my title is, amplifying the new product development in automotive industry with the role of training support, competency, and cross-functional collaboration. And my co-author is my guide, Dr. Sunil Patel. And my paper ID is SC6. So this is a presentation flow I will quickly run through. So why this research is necessary? Automotive industry is booming like anything in India. If we see the trend over the years, FY16, we produced and sold 2.79 millions of cars, and now last year we have 4.3. So it is exponential growth, and it is part of our automotive development plan by Government of India, wherein we see that 12% of our country GDP is because of automotive industry, and also it is compromising almost 40% of manufacturing sector. Also, it impacts not only automotive but micro, small, medium industries across the country, and that is what it is essential to launch our new products at very faster pace. So actually my research thesis is also circular economy framework in optimizing the time to market for automotive industry. So this is why this topic is important, and this transportation in automotive industry calls for need or skill competency development, which is very, very essential. So competency development, training, and then collaboration. So if we see the abstract based on resource-based value and knowledge-based value, how the new product development effectiveness can be improved in terms of competency development. So there are three factors. One is competency level, second is training support, and third is cross-functional collaboration. And this analysis is done based on the quantitative research method with partial least square and structural equation modeling. And so I will take you further. Basically, why the effective new product development is required. Automotive industry is having fierce competition. There is cost competitiveness requirement. We have to have innovative and sustainable solution. We now talking about the circular economy, circular design. Then there are, frequent change in the design of or the requirement of the customer. Then shifting market dynamics, time-bound delivery, and also the environmental design and circular design. So basically the key factors, I would say training and development support is very, very key, wherein, there has to be the continuous learning opportunity, and we have to build the employees' confidence who are working on this new product development from all the functions of the organization. Also the cross-functional collaboration between the design engineering, the manufacturing, the production, supply chain, quality has to be very strong, so that, there should not be any silos of the functional level. And thirdly, competency development, the strong technical product and process knowledge, and then quick issue resolution. If any issues come, we have to have some innovative and competitive solutions. So basically this study aims for the organization and human resource aspects that are key for the successful NPD in any organization. I have done some literature review as well on these areas, which is training and development support and competency level, as well as cross-functional collaboration. And these are key findings wherein, structured training program needs. And then human capital theory is very, very important. Human intelligence is very important, as Sophia Madam already talked about. And also the strong collaboration between the various functions. So these are the objective of my studies, to examine the influence of competency level on NPT effectiveness, as well as cross-functional collaboration, how it affects the NPT effectiveness and training and development support. So the structural model is evaluated to validate these studies, and there were three hypotheses in terms of these factors dependency onto the NPT competitiveness. So these are this is my research methodology, wherein quantitative and descriptive research is being done, and target population was in the automotive professionals from various functions like manufacturing engineering, operations, quality, and design engineering. I have collected data with the 5-point Likert scale. There were 75 questions mapped in those questionnaire, and we collected the data. Then the sample technique is used for 360 respondents, and then data analysis is done with PLS SEM software that I will go through, and there is the model assessment done in terms of validating these factors and dependability of these factors across each other. So if we see demographic, so gender wise, age wise, educational qualification, work experience, functional area, industry type, and organizational size point of view, I have done this all these data analysis and data collection. And these are the industries which are major: automotive like Fiat, General Motors, Mahindra, Tata Motors, Hyundai, and Skoda are part of these survey. And this is for across all the functions of the organization, right from engineering to production, operations, quality, and project management. So these are the structural hypothesis and path coefficient, wherein all these paths or all these factors are dependent on the NPT competitiveness, and this is the statistically it is supported by all these three. And as well as I developed this structural model considering the same, and then based on that did the measurement model evaluation, and which contributes to indicator reliability as well as internal consistency, reliability, and conversion validity. And all these results are supportive in terms of all these factors affecting the new product development effectiveness. And these are again some study related to the discriminated validity as well as collinearity assessment, and it is also supportive. If we see the values and the overall statistical results, those are coherent with the requirement. So what are the key findings? So basically on these three areas, wherein training and development support is the strongest predictor of NPT, because unless and until people have the right knowledge and skills, they will not able to contribute. And considering the complex situation in the automotive industry, not only the complex situation, but time to resolve the problem is also very, very key. So organization has to focus on to the proactive skill building programs. That is the major finding, and that has to be structured. Onto the cross-functional collaboration, as I said, there has to be collaborative energy between synergy between the various functions. There should not be any silos, and strategic channels of knowledge flow has to be considered while working with the cross-functional teams, right from the design stage to the production development of the parts, and then validation and testing, and finally marketing that product to the customer. All value chain has to be very collaborative. And finally, the competency level, wherein in-depth knowledge of design and manufacturing, like the person from design has to be conversant with the manufacturing process, as well as the manufacturing engineer has to be conversant with the design aspects. And it is also important that only the competency level is more than any raw individual competence, wherein only one person cannot contribute. It is a collective wisdom of every person. So collectively, people has to contribute in this new product development topics. And also a systematic organizational support system has to be developed so that everyone right from the top to bottom is supportive of this new product development initiative, as well as development of the people in those areas. What are the implications? So basically there are theoretical implications in terms of these all these resources has to be transferred into the dynamic and market responsive team capabilities. Also, as I said, there has to be structural training program and collaborative efficiency. In terms of manager implication, why leaders and managers can contribute is they can arrange technical and project management trainings for the people. Department heads can work on silos between the departments. They have to reduce and eradicate those silos. and then competency gap analysis has to be done, skill matrix has to be developed, and then finally these has to be the part of our appraisals, so that people work cohesively with all functions. So future, what is this study maybe calls for some future aspects in terms of this study can be job recruitment market and cultures also can be explored. Also there can be the longitudinal design, the repetitive design, the repetitive survey or repetitive analysis in terms of validating this, and then also we have to examine the boundary condition in terms of competence and team effectiveness, and also there can be complexity of the project, the psychological safety, technological turbulence, those factors also to be considered. So my final conclusion is all these factors, training, development, competency level, and cross functional are very, very key for new product development effectiveness in automotive industry. Also team improving the team performance should be the top agenda of any function in the organization, and also the learning opportunities and increasing the people capabilities are very, very key. And I think this coincides with our industry 5.0 wherein industry 4.0 was more onto AI and then digitization and everything, but industry 5.0 calls for basically the human intervention for any digitalization, and that is what the Ford recently they have also adopting industry 5.0. Maybe Europe already adopted, but in India Ford is coming with the human intelligence has to be very, very key in terms of developing the innovative solutions. And industry 4.0 is calling for that only. So that's it from my side. Any questions, comments, please?
Yeah, that was a nice presentation, sir. Let's go with the discussion session.
Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
What is the impact of language, area, and region on your training?
Yes, it is very, very key, sir. Basically, the language, India, we have the multiple language, and basically the people who are working onto the shop floor, particularly the wage employees, we call it blue-collar employees, do not understand English as well in some industries. So it is very, very key. So that is one of the point wherein we have to have this training documentation, everything has to be in the local or regional language. So that is very, very key. Secondly, in terms of, I would say, the hands-on experience, as you say, the regional aspect or the specific, the hands-on experience is more important, So developing the prototype or developing a proto center for training these people, employees is very, very key.
Yeah. Right. You mentioned that you use the resource-based view. Is that right?
Yes.
Theoretical background. But it seems that the development, I missed the most important aspects of the resource-based view.
Can you repeat, please?
I was saying that in the development, in the presentation, it seems that I didn't see most of the important aspect of the resource-based view.
Resource-based view is a key. Resource-based view basically, there are various functions in the organization. Like project management, the engineering, the manufacturing, the operations, the quality. So the resource-based view in meaning the particular resource, maybe one person can be skillful, competent in one of the function like design, but he cannot be competent in manufacturing. So that is the resource-based focus. Whatever function he is working on, he has to be very much competent in that particular function or particular deliverables.
Which means that you have to focus, probably using the resource-based field, you have to focus probably on the core competencies.
Core competency of the resources.
Yeah, core competencies and capabilities.
Yeah, one person cannot be expert in various areas, so he has to be expert in the focused areas. So we have to we have to focus on that resource to develop the competency in that area.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so, and you suppose that the training support could bring the core competencies.
Yes.
Is that?
Yes. But the training, training, there is a rule 70 30 10 70 20 10, meaning 70% of the training has to be hands on. The person has to work onto that particular product. That is 70. 20% is basically, he has to get the mentorship from some person, somebody has to be there to train him, and 10% is our theoretical training, which is classroom training. So here, 70%, and that is what 70 20 10 is the rule being followed in the industry nowadays. So hands-on training on the product. Yeah,
can we change that rule to 80-20 using the Pareto method? 80-20.
Yes, but basically Pareto method is not basically Pareto method is basically, to identify the causes and effects. So 80% of the defects is causing because of the 20% of the issues. But generally in training, I would say we cannot follow 80-20. It is 70 20 and 10, because it is a structured way. The more focus onto the hands-on training, then onto the mentorship or coaching, and then onto the classroom training.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the presentation. So, Ashish sir.
Yes, my voice is now available, ma'am.
Okay, we are happy for that. You can continue with the presentation, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm also from Kanawati University, and particularly my topic is on digital transformation for a sustainable enterprise, examine the mediating role of IoT, Internet of Things, adoption in Industrial 4.0 enabled in manufacturing of MSMEs. Nowadays, industries are looking for the Industrial 4.0. This is the much required for the digitalization, which are starting from the Internet on Things. Once a machine talk with the system, then other possibilities are occurred. So basically, MSME are face a greater challenge to adopt advanced digital technologies. Key barriers including a financial constraint, limited digital infrastructure, skill gaps, and cybersecurity concern. Indian MSMEs need affordable and practical digital transformation approaches. The low digital adoption, limited IoT adoption, and sustainability challenges are starting from the digital transformation created with the capabilities. Particularly, my research problem is the Indian MSMEs are adoption of Industrial 4.0 technologies to improve their competency and sustainability. However, the transmission from the conventional manufacturing to digitally connected operations remaining challenges. The paper expectly identify 4 problems areas like low digital transformation adoption, limited IoT implementation, sustainability issues, and the need for empirical evidence. The research gap are mainly identify the limited MSME focused on research, limited Indian context, IoT mediation under explored, lack of an integrated framework for the IoT adoption. There are limited empirical evidence explaining how digital transformation influences sustainable enterprise performance through the IoT adoption in Indian manufacturing MSMEs. The objective of the research paper is to examine the effect of digital transformation on the sustainability enterprise performance, to examine the effect of digital transformation on IoT adoption, to examine the effect of IoT adoption on sustainable enterprise performance, to investigate the mediating role of IoT adoption between digital transformation and sustainable enterprise performance. Based on the objective, there are the dependent or independent variables of the research. There are a hypothesis based on a digital transformation versus sustainability enterprise performance, digital transformation based on IoT adoption based on sustainable enterprise performance, and mediation as a IoT, digital transformation, and sustainable enterprise performance. There are the structured methodology for the selection of 82 MSMEs which are registered in I4 Gujarat scheme for the IoT adoption and are work at least 6 months on IoT implementation with the machine communication. These are the structured 5-point Likert scale and SPSS analysis, then smart PLS4 and hypothesis and mediation testing. These are the flow of research methodology. The data collection for the 82 MSMEs which are the participate in the state government scheme Industrial 4.0 under IoT implementation for the digital transformation industries. There are the output of the research is the reliability Krobach alpha, reliability composite reliability, convergent validity, factor loading, AVA and HTMT. Based on hypothesis testing, digital transformation alone improves the sustainability performance, but the IoT adoption provides an important mechanism for the converting digital capabilities into sustainable enterprise. The implications of the study is the digital transformation improves the sustainability, but the digital transformation strongly drives with IoT adoption. IoT improves enterprise performance after 6 months. There is the real-time monitoring, predictive maintenance, process automation, and data-driven decision making. And IoT acts as a significant mediators. For the MSME, digital transformation should not be viewed only a technology investment. It should be used to build IoT-enabled, data-driven, and sustainable manufacturing system. Government initiatives such as a project like I4 Gujarat scheme can play an important role in accelerate Industrial 4.0 adoption among MSMEs by supporting technology implementation and digital capability development. Finally, the conclusion of this research. In the conclusion, this study demonstrates that digital transformation significantly improves sustainable enterprise performance, while IoT adoption plays a significant mediation role in a relationship. The findings highlight the importance of the integrated Industrial 4.0 technologies into MSME operations and provide useful implications of MSME manners. Industry practitioners and policymakers. Initiatives such as the I4 Gujarat scheme can further accelerate this transition towards digitally enabled and sustainable manufacturing. Okay, this is from my side.
Yeah, sir, Ashish sir, finally, congratulations for your presentation successfully.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you have struggled a lot and waited for a long.
No, it's not, but there are two devices are changed for the volume issue.
Okay. That's good, sir. Let's go for the discussion side.
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. You were on time, which is good. Right, I have a few questions or maybe comment. You mentioned that one of the key limitations of the adoption of IoT are the financial constraints of the micro and SMEs.
Yes, micro, small, medium enterprise.
Yeah. What is the access to financial resources by Indian MSMEs?
Yes, particular I research is the also based on the one scheme of state government. Financial support will be provided by the state government for the IoT installation because of all the industries are data driven. Once real time data you are not found from the machines, you cannot take further data and analysis for the study. That's why Indian governments run the project Industrial 4.0 and financially they supported based on their turnover and the percentage on the subsidy for the IoT implementation and the cost of IoT for the basic CNC VMC machineries installed in the micro industries is a 25 to 30,000, which 100% subsidized under the scheme of Industrial 4.0.
Mhm. And how will we measure the sustainable finance after the adoption of the IoT?
Yes, exact. The competitiveness is also concerned with the sustainability. That's why the real-time data for the predictive maintenance and the OEE's overall equipment effectiveness are measured with the IoT, which is the more real and actual compare with the manual data driven.
Mhm.
How do you reduce operational cost and how do you reduce the industrial waste using this?
Sorry, sir.
How do you reduce operational cost using IoT?
Yes, the operational
Next one is
cost.
how do you reduce industrial waste also?
Yes, exact, sir. There are various industrial laws like overproduction and motion, and the another you ask for the operational cost. By means of the IoT, I already explained that the overall equipment effectiveness and the preventive maintenance planned on the IoTs, and also measure the mean time between failure and mean time to repair, which cost directly on the product. The after installation of the IoT, there are measured and detailed analysis on the real-time data.
How do you achieve energy efficiency?
Exact, sir. Energy cost per unit are installed also with the IoT energy meter. After complete one cycle or one load, the energy cost per unit are also monitored, and the temperature and the pressure sensors are also monitored with the IoT.
No? Okay, so maybe if you want to measure the cost efficiency, if you want to measure the performance, you can use cost efficiency, for instance, because if you reduce the cost, the chance to increase the profitability could be high. So it could be, cost efficiency could be a metric of enterprise performance. Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? And is my presentation visible? Uh, Hello, everyone. Is my
Hello,
present?
can you hear us?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, you can start your presentation.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Good
You can
afternoon.
start. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rashmi Radhakrishnan. I am a banking and financial service professional with over 15 years of experience in banking and technology domain. So today, my topic of presentation is Central Bank Digital Currency and the Future of Commercial Banking in India. I have this topic is presented by me and is co-authored by my research guide, Ranpreet Kaur. So here I have given the roadmap of my presentation. So it is divided into 6 categories. First, we will understand the CBDC context, literature review, The methodology that I have done, we have done a public survey of 250 respondents and an expert survey of 30 people. Secondary data, findings and perception, and the strategy. So if we go to introduction, so first we'll understand what is CBDC. CBDC stands for Central Bank Digital Currency. In India, it is known as the digital rupee. CBDC is different from UPI. UPI is a payment mechanism that transfers money between bank accounts, whereas CBDC itself is a digital tender issued by RBI. CBDC is also different from cryptocurrency because CBDC is issued and regulated by the central bank, while cryptocurrencies are decentralized and not backed by any sovereign authority. Commercial banks, however, continue to remain important because they act as a customer-facing institution for wallet distribution, onboarding, KYC, merchant support, and customer service. So we have done a literature review. So global literature review shows that CBDC is a major area of research for central bank. The Bank of International Settlement reported that large number of central banks are exploring CBDC in some form, either retail or wholesale. The IMF literature highlights that CBDC can affect the financial stability, bank deposits, bank funding, and crisis time behavior depending on how the CBDC is designed. Therefore, global research suggests that CBDC must be designed carefully so that it supports innovation without creating instability in commercial banking. Indian focused literature is especially relevant because India has launched as live digital rupee pilot. The RBI annual reporting shows that CBDC are expanding through programmability, offline functionality, and wider distribution. The literature supports the need to study CBDC impact on deposit, liquidity, payments, and bank business model. If we see the research gap, the key research gap is that many studies discuss about the policy perspective, but fewer studies combine public perception and the expert opinion. This research therefore asks how do people and experts perceive CBDC and how will the CBDC affect the commercial bank in India? So the main objective is to measure the public awareness and the adoption intention, to analyze the expert opinion on deposits, liquidity, cybersecurity, and bank relevance, to suggest strategies for commercial banks in the CBDC era. The methodology that I have used is the study includes secondary data from RBI related reports, BIS, IMF, NBR, and public financial reporting. The public survey consists of 250 responses. The expert survey consists of 30 actual responses. The method used are descriptive statistics, frequency analysis, thematic analysis, expert perception analysis, and a comparative bank readiness. Secondary data. CBDC status in India. If we see, India launched the wholesale CBDC pilot in November 2022, and the retail CBDC pilot was launched in December 22. The retail CBDC pilot expanded significantly over the time. By March 2025, the public reporting indicated that the retail CBDC pilot had crossed nearly 60 lakh users and involved 17 banks. The value of the retail CBDC in circulation has also increased. The findings of the public survey. This slide represents the public survey findings. The public survey shows that the respondents are already familiar with the digital payments, especially UPI. Trust in CBDC is positive but cautious. A significant number of respondents selected maybe, which means people are not rejecting CBDC, but they require more clarity and confidence. The adoption intention is also strongly linked to the banks. Many respondents indicated that they would be willing to use CBDC if their banks provided a CBDC wallet. This shows that commercial banks remain very important in CBDC adoption process. public survey findings, concerns, and banking benefit. This slide shows the major concerns raised by the public respondents. The strongest concern are cybersecurity risk, privacy concern, possibility of data misuse, cyber fraud, and lack of awareness. At the same time, respondents believe that CBDC can reduce dependency on physical cash. This means that the public sees CBDC as useful, but adoption will depend on safety, privacy awareness, and trust. Therefore, banks and government must focus on public education and cybersecurity safeguards. The experts that were surveyed, the experts include professionals from banking, fintech, and consulting background. Most respondents have 11 to 20 years of experience. This makes the expert survey highly relevant because the respondents have practical exposure to banking operations, digital payments, digital banking, payments, lending, trade finance, and customer banking. So in this presentation, what experts say is, this slide presents experts' agreement on major CBDC impact statement. Most experts agree that CBDC can improve monetary policy. They also agree that CBDC may reduce commercial bank deposit, create liquidity challenges, increase cybersecurity, and impacts bank payment related revenue. This indicates that experts view CBDC as a transformational development, but also recognize that it can create structural challenges for the commercial banks. Risk and investment requirement ratings. This slide shows the expert rating of key risk and requirement. Experts related technology investment as one of the most important requirements for commercial bank. They also rated privacy concerns, cybersecurities, deposit reduction, liquidity challenges, and digital bank run risk as important issues. This suggests that commercial banks need to prepare technologically and strategically before CBDC becomes more widely adopted. In particular, banks will need stronger cybersecurity, CBDC wallet integration, real-time monitoring, and liquidity management system. Biggest opportunities offered by CBDC. Experts identified several major opportunities offered by CBDC. The strongest opportunities themes include payment efficiency, lower transaction cost, transparency, cross-border settlement, financial inclusion, and programmable payments. Many experts also highlighted that CBDC can support international payment and settlement more efficiently. This is important because CBDC not only improve domestic payment but also bring innovation in cross-border payments, government transfers, tokenized market, and business payment solutions. The key risk to the commercial bank. The most significant risk is deposit disintegration. This means customer may shift money from commercial banking deposits to CBDC wallet. This can create liquidity pressure and increase banking funding costs. Experts also highlighted cybersecurity risk, privacy concerns, digital vulnerability, loss of customer engagement, and possible pressure on the payment-related revenue. These findings are consistent with IMF and NBER literature, which also discuss CBDC possible impact on the bank deposit and the financial stability. Strategies that banks should adopt. Experts suggest that several strategies for bank to remain competitive in the CBDC era. First, banks should invest in technology and cybersecurity. Second, banks should improve customer experience and provide value-added services. Third, banks should integrate CBDC wallets and mobile banking APIs and core banking system. Fourth, banks should redesign deposit and liquidity models. Finally, banks should create new series around merchant payments, cross-border payments, programmable payments, and fintech partnership. This slide is very important because it shows that experts do not believe bank will become irrelevant. Most experts agree that CBDC will transform traditional banking model. At the same time, experts also believe that commercial bank will continue to remain relevant in the CBDC ecosystem. Experts also support the idea that banks should act as intermediaries for CBDC distribution. This means the role of the commercial banking will change, but banks will still remain the central to CBDC adoption. Here, public survey versus expert survey comparison. So public respondents are mostly concerned with the usability, privacy, cybersecurity, awareness, and whether CBDC will be easy to use. Expert liquidity risk, digital bank runs, cyber resilience, revenue impact, and the banking model transformation. This comparison shows that public concerns are mostly user level concerns, while expert concerns are banking system level concerns. Both perspectives are important for designing a successful CBDC ecosystem. Impact on commercial banking. CBDC can impact on commercial banking in several ways. First, CBDC may affect the deposit base because customers may hold some funds in CBDC wallet instead of bank accounts. Second, banks may face liquidity and lending pressure if the deposit migration becomes significant. Third, CBDC may reduce some traditional payment revenue but can also create new revenue opportunities through wallet services, APIs, merchant services, and programmable payments. Fourth, bank will need to invest significantly in cybersecurity and programmable cybersecurity, privacy control, and technology infrastructure. Overall, CBDC creates both risk and opportunities to the bank. This research contributes to the innovation in 4 ways. First, it highlights the role of CBDC in programmable payment, offline payments, tokenized settlement, API-led banking. Second, it shows how commercial banks can evolve from traditional deposit-taking institution to digital currency service provider. Third, it explains how CBDC can support policy innovation through DBT, welfare payments, cash reduction, and financial inclusion. Fourth, it combines secondary data, public perception, expert opinion into one research framework. Recommendation for commercial bank. Based on the finding, commercial banks should adopt 6 strategies. First, banks should build awareness and trust among the customers. Second, banks should integrate CBDC wallet into existing mobile phone application. Third, banks should strengthen cybersecurity, fraud monitoring, and privacy governance. Bank should redesign deposit products and liquidity strategy. Fifth, banks should expand merchant acceptance and government payment use cases. Sixth, banks should develop new services around programmable payments, cross-border settlements, tokenization, and API. So in conclusion, the study supports the view that CBDC will transform commercial banking rather than replace the commercial banks. The public survey shows that users are open to CBDC but cautious due to the privacy and the cybersecurity risk. Expert survey shows that CBDC can create opportunities in efficiency, transparency, and cross-border payments, while also creating risk related to deposits, liquidity, cybersecurities, and payment revenue. So there are some limitations to this study. It is a public survey is only 250 respondents were there. Expert survey included 30 response. Another limitation is in the RBI and the public resources do not disclose bank-wise CBDC transactions, volume, wallet balances. Despite all these limitations, the research provides useful insight by combining literature analysis, literature review, secondary data, public perception, expert opinion, and bank-wise readiness. So to conclude, CBDC is an important step in India's digital financial transformation. It has a potential to improve payment efficiency, financial inclusion, transparency, and innovation. However, its success will depend on the public trust, cybersecurity, privacy protection, commercial bank readiness, and careful regulatory design. Therefore, CBDC should be viewed not as a replacement for commercial bank, but as a transformation opportunity for the banking sector. Thank you.
Hello. Is your presentation over?
Internet connection is unstable.
Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Right. So maybe we will switch off the camera. All right. Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Okay. Good. It's a very interesting topic.
Thank you.
It's a topic on which many countries are working now.
Yes.
Is it implemented already in India?
It's a pilot project going on. So, pilot project has started in 2022.
All right. You mean the final project? Because in the Eurozone now, they are working on the project. It doesn't start yet.
Okay.
So
Here the pilot project is initiated and it is going also quite well. So in India, approximately 60 lakh users are already using CBDC, and also 17 banks have participated in this.
Oh, that's good. You mean the commercial banks?
Yes.
17 commercial banks.
17 commercial banks, yes.
Right. If you have 17 commercial banks, who were your experts in the survey?
Yeah.
Were they from the banking system or outside the banking system?
I'm sorry, I didn't
I mean,
get
the
that question,
respondents.
It was both, sir. For the public, general public, I have selected general public. I didn't. It was not only banking people, but for expert opinions, I had connected with the banking bankers and also professionals who are working with banking analysis and all.
Well, I mean, universities specialists, or did you contact universities? I mean, academicians.
I did take some academicians and also took banking professionals and local general public also.
All right. What about the total population of the respondents, of the experts? Do you have any idea of the total population? Because you said the sampling, those who responded, there were 250, is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
250 out of which population?
The total population?
Yeah, I mean, the total population of the expert, approximately, because we never have the exact number.
Okay. No, sir, actually, it was total 280 respondents, out of which 30 were experts and 250 were general public.
All right. Okay. I think it's a good sampling because you mentioned in your limitations that the respondents, the number is small, but I don't think it is small. You have 250 observations and they can give expert opinion.
Yeah.
So it's not totally, I think that maybe the rest, the answers they're giving, maybe the implementation of the CBDC needs time.
Yeah, it does need time.
Many people, even experts, get familiar to it.
Yeah, I also noticed that there is a awareness issue with public.
All right. Yeah.
But
Okay.
then government is promoting it through social medias, and all government is promoting it. So through all the DBT transfers that government is doing, there are many schemes wherein government is using this CBDC platform.
Good. You know, I'm a professor of finance, so we can talk about that the whole day. So I will let my colleague to ask the questions.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
On commercial bank for payment and process.
I am sorry, sir, I'm not able to hear you.
So nowadays, this digital currency, the impact of digital currencies on bank profitability and liquidity.
I am sorry to intervene, but I am really not able to hear you. I'm really sorry.
Not able to hear you.
No.
Like how CBDC reduce dependence on commercial banks for payments and deposits. Clear? Is it clear?
I think it is my issue, but I'm really sorry. I'm not able to hear. I'm really sorry.
She's not scary. If it, the freedom of banking, right?
Yeah.
Huh.
The independence of banking. If we use digital currencies, what it could be. Do you think that the banking system would be still being free? That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. If I understand the question is what will be the freedom of banking?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So what I feel is banking system will always be there, because even if there will be new payment system, like the one of the major we had UPI payments, which was a real success, but that doesn't mean that our commercial banking system was disrupted with it. It is only a new payment system that was created. I think that will be the same case if at all CBDC also will come into picture. So there will be a new payment scheme that will be created, but banking system will always be a backbone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And then we have the last presenter. That will be Navita. Are you here? No.
Yes, sir.
No, just, let me check. Yeah, yes, Bhuvanesh, right? Okay, you can start your presentation.
Yes, sir. So is the presentation visible, sir?
Yeah, we can see everything.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dimant from SIMATS Engineering, and I'm here to present our research work titled A Hybrid LSTM Attention Framework for Retail Sales Demand Forecasting. And this research focuses on forecasting retail sales demand using machine learning and deep learning algorithms. In particular, we compare comparative models as a linear regression, random forest, and XGBoost and LSTM attention framework using the Rossmann sales data. So the presentation is organized into 6 major parts. First, the motivation and research objective. Second, the dataset and preprocessing. Third, the proposed methodology and baseline methods. Fourth, the experimental results. Fifth, feature importance and attention interpretability. Finally, the limitations, conclusion, and future work. So, introduction about this. Accurate demand forecasting is critical in the retail sector because it directly affects inventory management, staffing, promotions, and revenue planning. If demand is underestimated, retailers may experience stockouts and loss of sales. If demand is overestimated, they may face a bulk amount of inventory and increased holding costs. Retail sales are also influenced by multiple factors such as weekly seasonality, yearly trends, and promotions. Traditional statistics approaches may continue these complex and nonlinear relationships effectively. Tree-based machine learning models can handle structured nonlinear relationships, while LSTM networks are specifically designed to learn temporal dependencies. Therefore, our research investigates whether combining LSTM with an attention mechanism can provide effective demand forecasting while you also provide insight bulk or not. The main objective of this research is to conduct a controlled comparison between conventional machine learning models and the LSTM attention. So our main contributions towards this are: first, an end-to-end forecasting pipeline using the Rossmann dataset. This is a company which is in, this is a store which is in Germany. Second, chronological training validation test splitting to prevent future information leakage. Third, comparison of linear regression, random forest, XGBoost, and LSTM attention using the same test period. And finally, analysis of the weights of the data to understand the temporal importance of historical convergence. So this is some of the literature review I have taken in the past conferences. So here I'll tell about dataset and pre-processing. For this study, we use the data named Rossmann store data. This is a German store across 1,115 stores covering 2.5 years past. Since our objective is aggregate demand forecasting, we aggregate the store level to minimize a single data daily sales series. The resulting dataset contains approximately 942 daily observations. We retain important information such as promotions, holidays, store operating timings, dates, calendar information, and customer-related reviews. This provides a realistic forecasting scenario while reducing the problem to the manageable aggregate time series. So this is the exploratory analysis and weekly seasonality. Our exploratory analysis identified two characteristics in sales data. The first is strongly weekly seasonal pattern with significant differences between weekdays and weekends. The second is slower annual seasonal pattern where the overall sales level changes throughout the year and throughout the months. To capture these patterns, we created several categories of features. These include calendar features such as a day of the week and month, lag features such as representing previous sales, and rolling statistics such as moving averages and standard deviations. Promotional and holidays are indicators were also incorporated. So this is the feature engineering, calendar features, lag features, and rolling statistics which I told now. So we have evaluated 4 models, mainly linear regression, random forest, XGBoost, and LSTM attention model. For the LSTM model, we have used a 21-day historical window method to predict the next day aggregate sales. The input sequence is processed by a 2-layer LSTM and the hidden size of 48. The LSTM generates representations for each historical maps. The attention mechanism assigns different weights to the historical observations inside the treating all 21 days equally. The weight and representations are combined into a context vector and passed through a fully connected prediction layer. The model is trained using the ADAM optimizer with dropout, learning rate scheduling, gradient clipping, and early stopping. So this is the timing behavior of LSTM loss curves. This slide shows the training behavior. The training loss decreases substantially during the initial approaches and continues to improve in the training progresses. However, the validation loss eventually begin to plate while the training loss continues to decrease. Therefore, the final model is based on validation, performance, and simply using the last one. So these are the evaluation matrices which I use for the 41-day held out test window. So MAE means which measures average absolute prediction error. RMSE means root mean squared error, pencilizes larger errors more heavily. MAPE, which means measures error in percentage terms, and R squared, which means measures the proportion of variance explained by the model. So now we will come to the results section where the linear regression important is the tree-based ensemble model outperform the LSTM attention model in point forecast accuracy of the dataset. So random forest achieves approximately MAE of 0.357, RMSE of 0.538, MAPE of 5.14, and R square of 0.962. So linear regression achieves an R squared of approximately 0.952. So the LSTM attention model achieves an R squared of approximately 0.919 with a MAE of around 0.602. So therefore, the main conclusion for this accuracy comparison is that random forest and XGBoost provide the strongest point forecast for this particular experimental setting. So these are the graphs of the MAE, RMSE, and MAPE with all the 4 algorithms and the R squared for the 4 algorithms. So here, this is the actual versus predicted sales graph. So this figure compares actual sales with the predictions generated by the 4 models during the test period. So we can see the random forest and XGBoost closely follow the overall sales pattern. So LSTM attention model also captures the general trend, but it tends to smooth or underpredict some of the sharper peaks. So therefore, the ensemble models provide a clear advantage in the particular test period. So this is the feature importance of the XGBoost by gain. And one particular increasing finding in this is that store opening and promotions through together contribute more than 70% of the total feature gain. So this indicates that operational status and promotional activity are highly informative for predictive algorithms. So this is the 21-day look-back window for the attention interpretability. The model uses a 21-day look-back window as we previously told, and the attention mechanism assigns a weight to each historical day. This is consistent with the strong weekly seasonality identified by the exploratory analysis. So therefore, the attention provides a useful way of examining which historical period influences an individual forecast. This is one of the key difference between our LSTM approach and the conventional tree-based models. So here we come about the discussion of accuracy versus interpretability trade-off. These results demonstrate an important accuracy. Why do random forest and XGBoost perform better? So this is the main contribution. One major reason is the relatively small number of sequential observations. We have only around 912 usable daily observations for model development, which is relatively small for training deep learning algorithms or deep sequence model. So therefore, the tree ensembles have an advantage in this settings of the data. However, the LSTM attention model provides temporal interpretability through its attention weights. So the best model depends not only on accuracy, but also on requirements of the forecasting application. So this is the conclusion and future work for our product. The real and reproducibility comparison of linear forest, linear regression, random forest, XGBoost, and LSTM. Gradient boosted ensembles achieved the best point accuracy. So the future work for this is to extend the comparison to per store forecasting with hierarchical reconciliation, evaluate transform-based sequence models, and increase the data due to the customers who are going to buy more. So these are some of the references I have taken from the previous papers. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhuvanesh, right?
Yes, sir.
For your presentation. You based your analysis on retail sales demand, right? Can you hear me?
So your voice is breaking.
It's cutting, right? I say it's based on a retail sales demand.
Yes, sir. Retail sales demand of Rossmann.
What are the main sources of data? From where did you collect the data?
So this data is collected from the Kaggle of the Rossmann store, which is in Germany, sir. Nearly 1,117 stores are there as of now. They have started before 2.5 years.
In India?
No, sir, Germany.
All right, okay.
Yeah, it developed in 2 years to 1,112 stores.
Okay. All right, but how did you retrieve the data? That was my question.
Yeah, I have retrieved from the Kaggle, sir, Kaggle website.
All right, okay, okay. Good.
Yeah, what is the AI uses of this weekends? Are you using AI support? Are you ready to support your taking? Hello? Are you taking AI support? Bhunesh? Bhunesh, you are mute.
We don't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right, okay.
What is the role of AI and predictive analysis on space? Hello? Can you hear us, Bhunesh?
So your voice is not audible.
Yeah, what is the impact of AI? Are you putting AI support? AI.
Okay, thank you. You don't hear us?
Sir, your voice is not audible.
Ask him, what is that? AI,
Yeah.
artificial intelligence.
Yeah, it is.
The support of AI.
Yeah.
What is support of AI, artificial intelligence?
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Bhunesh.
on the demographics, so that it also become a very important equation. And in conclusion, I would like to quickly wrap up all. So in my study, we are trying to do a lot of technical analysis and kind of a lot of data points with respect to how do I and then these banking applications. Like policy laws, which technically will fit, fit of this is okay.
Can we while we wait for Dr. Anush to come, maybe invite Mr. Nandini Ram Bhaskar Bhatta to present this kind of discussion, please. Yes, sir. Okay, sorry, what's the presentation? Presentation, so we invite this number consideration on the fixed regulatory funds on employee model. It was for five banks in India. No almost. Okay, sir, unfortunately, sir, can you go to the presentation? No, you have to do that. For another person, I have received, it's not only you, other person. Go, Mr. Vivian. Thank you, Dr. Dan. Please have a seat. This is your special sheet.
It's very good. Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Okay, so Mano is presenting.
everyone. Okay. So this is Bhanu and I'm from Bangalore and today I'm going to present about beyond financial penalties. But before that, let me just briefly introduce myself. I'm from banking industry. It's been close to 15 years for me in this industry, more specifically with investment banking. Why I chose this topic is I'll just give you a background of a real life scenario which happened with one of the leading investment banks, which has gone through a turmoil, I would say, for the reason being they had some fake accounts created within themselves for the reason that they wanted to show they have a good customer base. Now, what is the impact of this? Is they had to go through the regulatory reforms or regulatory fines, first of all. Now, if it's going to impact us as a customer, that is where my implicity for this research started. Because over a period of time, I've realized that whatever fines that are paid by the banks are not the bank's money. It's ultimately the customer's money which is going out as a fine. Right? But during that tenure, I being a part of that bank, investment bank as well, I have realized that we as an employee also had to go through a lot of mental well-being was also impacted. The reason being when bank goes to the regulatory fines or the regulatory caps that are there, increases, increase. The checker concept increase. So over a period of time, as an employee, we have got a lot of challenges. And ultimately, the result was once the bank was up, once the regulatory cap was removed for the bank, they have decided that they don't need these employees. So they wanted to have those employees go off. That means once a bank is stable, they don't need those employees. It's the overall background. I think beyond financial penalty, what is some of the impact that employees have? Most of the research happens in and around the regulatory fines or the monetary value of the fines and how we can come up with some of the reforms within the banking structure or the management changes. But hardly we see that there has been any research that is done for the organizational behavior or for the corporate governance. No corporate governance is more or less aligned to the reforms that are taken by the regulatory bodies. So, on those things. Slowly and gradually, we come back to the same structure of cycle and we feel that yes, the processes are fine. My aim is to map how finance investigations and compliance actions affect employee stress, moral, workload, and trust in management. This is going to be one of my key area of research because this is where even as an employee I have struggled and I want to get those the same for the other generation to move forward. There are four research questions that I structured the review around, but I just started more on how regulatory enforcement employees stress workload making banks. This is going to be my methodology for identification, screening, eligibility, and synthesis. Expect 6 outcomes, they can be more or less as well because it's still in my proposal phase. I'm still working on defining the structure around it. But over a period of time, yes, there will be a shape around it. So I want to stress more on stress and pressure and the model and the workload that employees go through. What generally happens when the regulatory fines are levying on the banks? They make stronger governance. That whatever the investment goes in for this, is this necessarily the owner's money or the bank's money? The answer is maybe or maybe not. because more or less it is the customer's money that is going into it. Had I saved that as an owner of a bank, had I saved that, I would have given good interest to my customers. That is going to be my research focus. So short-term strain versus long-term stability. Short-term, we understand that there is going to be pressure and fear for the employees, including days that I'm not very sure how long I'm going to be with that bank. Long-term, yes, accountability and stability. Is there going to be accountability and stability? They expect the same from me, or rather, I can provide the same to them. Transaction framework is enforcement. It's a renewal consequences on that, organizational response, and what are going to be the long-term outcomes of it. Now, this emphasis matters, or what is the contribution and implication I want to bring out of this research is for the scholars I feel first systematic synthesis enforcement mechanism organizational behavior outcomes. Hardly any studies have been so far, or rather, I have behavior with regards to enforcement. And for the regulators, evidence and enforcement has behavioral effects. We can look around for all the enforcement that are already in place and can we bring in some changes over there over a period of time. And for the brand leaders, we need to have a balanced work life. It's in theory, but it is being practiced in real life scenario. Enforcement succeeds or fails to people? This is a question I need around for everyone, and maybe I will more focus on this question for my research, and I'll go ahead with the competition once I have a good data. So this is just a proposal from my side. Thank you. Anyone want to focus on this? Okay. We also invite one upstairs to get questions. Maybe send which is around to fix please do. Thank you.
Not living in Delhi, I always had this problem of people not being able to pronounce my name. They used to make less of it. So the easiest way out was for all people to call me Bhaskar instead of Bharat. But she's taking this out also. Something very take this out of the station. I'm so sorry. My name is Bharat, and My past experience is that I have 30 years of experience in the learning and performance. My last job was with Amazon, where I was responsible for ranking the far and high and running a culture of promotion because there is not a promotion over there. I'm to observe new hires, especially coming from the campuses, while doing interviews to be part of it. And what I observed actually is what drove me to this topic in Africa, that I was able to see how drive success of people who are coming from those interviews. People who are coming from different geographical backgrounds, social backgrounds, different types of colleges. It's key factors. I'm going to go into here, but I'm going to develop this as well. We want back probably we want to deploy the jobs. Maybe more or less since morning, and there is enough data to show there is not only jobs, but there is no change which is going to happen. It is the job description of the entry level person is not to change. There is no need for here. Let's see. Time, but 39% of skills that are required at the entry level are going to become obsolete. Okay? Which shows that there is a huge shift happening. Maybe in India, we don't see that much because the adoption is very low. Very rapid. Almost 75% of the entry jobs, they are already entry level skills. Almost 30% of this will not be taught by the education institutes. What is the change that is happening? Now, there is a term called seniorization justice. What is seniorization? Usually, entry-level jobs used to be around data entry, writing the base data, base code, or it be evaluated by someone else. But those kind of very basic jobs which are excluded. However, the AI what is changing is most of these jobs and now they are done by AI. So let's create the impact is going on. Right? Now, the entry-level jobs now expect higher level of skills. Since what was earlier done by people with profiling experience is now expected to be but if you look at the way jobs are growing, skills are now happening in those companies which have adopted it. At least what you learn today, you are actually relevant problem in year or two. So the kind of skill that you are talking about might be completely different. There is again called FDE, which is Further Deployed Engineers, which is now catching up across the industry very fast. Right? It should be almost 700% rise in hiring in this role is happening. What does this role do? It is a role where right at the entry level, the person is expected to start working at the client side. Therefore, time is given there for this person to actually use of experience. So straight away go to the client space there, this person will have to use decision-making, judgment, a lot of skills which require significant industry. It shows what we use in the the other concept of professionalized jobs. What are professionalized jobs? Other jobs which require a high degree of domain expertise. These are people who are subject experts, but they use AI to deliver their job. They use AI for their productivity. And then they have jobs which we call democratized jobs. What are democratized jobs? They are those jobs This can be performed by anyone. Using AI, you don't require a specific skill. You are given certain steps to follow and you just do it. The professional jobs, where the salaries are increasing multiple because the expected that kind of skill is higher in the because the democratized jobs, in which anyone can do. Where the salaries are coming down and the hiring also is coming down. Hiring is coming down because AI is taking over more important jobs. Whereas professional jobs, executive scarcity, which is very good thing. So another area where the focus is still not there at the education institution. What are the skills that employers actually want, which the education institutions are not aware of? I was speaking to a very senior professor of the IIT here in Sri just 4 days back, and she was giving me a very good insight. She said, soft skills is something that we have been speaking about for many years. She said, probably within 2 decades, we've been talking about why soft skills are important. But she says, even after so much of discussion, we still haven't been able to really tackle it. We still don't know how to actually import those kind of soft skills among the students. But it is something which is now very essential. If you don't do it now, we are going to be in a big problem. I remember another anecdote that I got. I was talking to a senior exhibition. This person told me that at the entry level, how do they look for this? So most of technology is screened through a written test. But more basic written test for screening it's common for everyone. But the hiring decision happens based on soft skills. What are the decision making abilities of that person? Now, who is this person with critical thinking? Can this person work in a team? And this person have collaborative skills. These are the kind of things which people are doing. Judgment. Those are the things which are organizations are looking for. And that is what is making those decisions. Tech skills are based is something like if I deal very good. You know, like mathematics. You know, some years back, you would actually look at a person's mathematical ability as a foundation, right? It's a very basic. You know, tech skills are like a foundation. You need that, but in order to get work done, you need much more than those tech skills. So, the moment that I'm trying to study, it's not just about the saving the job or the government loss or something, but it is raising the bar. This is the problem to this. And the gap is between what the industry expects and what the academia is running on. Right? The academia, the many reports which have established the academia is way behind what industry expects. It is probably going through for a long time, and this is true even today. I'm proposing these are the final solutions business is check here. Both offering solutions and making considering. One is that soft skills are still peripherally in the academia, they are not part of the core curriculum. One is that soft skills, those human skills that you talk about, need to become part of the core curriculum. Then the learning has to be connected to the real world. It's too academic, too theoretical. If you look at how we teach versus how we implementing decision development and solution finance, they're too theoretical, full of nothing happen. So, I'm looking for good one. Anything assessments, very important. Currently, we are assessing people for their memory, for their knowledge. We are not assessing people for skill. It's not about whether they are using AI, not using AI. How are they using it? How are they able to deliver results? The skill is has to be, so skill has to be decided. Assessments are good. Very important, being part of accountability. When you are using AI, who is accountable? Who accountability has to be accountable? Students need to understand that it's okay to use AI, but ultimately they are accountable for it. When they are going to go to a job, they can't say that I'm missing stuff because AI did not mean the right. You will not have a job to say. Right? They need to understand that there is accountability which way every starts. And most importantly, is observation that I got from a visit that I was 2 months back. I'm not being that person. But he shared with me a key difference between Indian professors versus those who come from Kerala. He said, I as a professor am spending about 30 plus hours, almost 35 hours teaching in the classroom. Right? Whereas that's a big expectation. Whereas most from Korean institutes in other countries, they don't spend more than 3 to 4 hours a week in the classroom. Where does the professor get a time to focus on developing the students, mentoring them, guiding them, or focusing on research? This is something that needs to be looked into in this area also. Because that's an enabler. If your professor is not working as a guide, it's just as a teacher, and the student will begin like you are expecting to be student at some of the months. You have to find the concepts like meeting management, skills, collaboration, all this. That's why professors can make a huge difference. Finally, my intention is to develop a framework. I want to several papers and I see that now they actually acknowledge the problem and they are talking about different solutions in different ways, different papers. I think what I'm missing is there is no single framework which can become like a guide to the academic institutions. To change, redesign the entire way in which they approach learning the students. Why is this important? Because if you don't do it now, I think in 4 years' time, you will see a huge problem going on. Because while students will keep saying unemployment, industry will keep saying we don't get people we want. A huge gap there. And I think in the institutes, higher education institutes is very big role. That's where this Dr. Ajay Sir, Registrar of Polytechnic University, and Penchalai Sir, faculty of Polytechnic University, to felicitate Mr. Bhanuprabha Akelaganal, HOD of CEC. Okay.
The name is Bhardi Ram, sir. Here पे सबका नंबर आएगा हॉट सीट पे
Maybe I suppose present to Mr. Vinay Kumar bringing this to present. Maybe I change here the presenter in the presentation from Mr. Vinay and your paper. Yes.
Good evening, one and all. My heartfelt thanks to organizers, co-organizers, and it's like a dream come true moment for me. I'm able to meet my mentor, Dr. Tariq, and to all the audience who's coming back from the room as who we met as teacher, but going back with a lot of memories, and we've already converted into a group of friends to take the journey forward. So that's where I would start. And just before the fellow speaker, Baswan sir, I feel that my abstract, what I'm presenting today, very connected. It's a continuation because he was focusing on the youngsters, where my presentation would be augmented executive for leaders. Great. ACH. This is my abstract. I would like to talk about the augmented executive, how AI integration is redefining the leadership and operational efficiency. Truly privileged that we had a lot of discussions right from the morning about AI, how AI is going to change, and that's exactly where I see continuation with your topic, sir, where you have rightly said how is it going to bring the change in the entry job. And then the question to me is, how is it going to redefine the leadership that most of them in the room are and bring it out with efficiency? Let's start with the story. Meet Alina. All right, who are all interested to hear the story? Great. Thank you very much for motivating so that till the end of the day we still have. So Alina was my reporting, and she had at 2 a.m. in the morning, she was notified by the incident saying that plant is down. The 10,000 users are impacted, and she was being notified. And this was a couple of years back. We did not have AI. There was only one. She looks into the incident, listens to her gut, takes the call without any data, without any prediction, and she moved with the decision. That was 20 years later, back. But now, 20 years later, what she does, before the machine was going down, she has received 4 times notification saying that there is a prediction your machine will go down in 3 months later. And there was an algorithm which is already run to say that what are the checks and balances that need to be done in order to ensure this does not happen. So that is Alina, right? Now the question is, especially to the students, is AI going to replace my friend Alina? Is AI going to replace you, Suresh? Not that. Now, what kind of a leader we wanted Alina to be in the 2026? That is where I would like to work on this particular topic, because this is closer to my heart, where I am in the leadership role, and every day we have a challenge, how AI is going to change. Is AI going to replace Divya and Alina, or is AI going to make us a leader? And that's my next question. What exactly is the research gap? We have heard from a lot of people that everywhere there is the importance on the technology. There is a question on, are you using the right model? Are you using the latest temperature test? Are you testing the patient? Are you doing enough testing? Are you doing a sample? And also there's a lot of importance on the adoption. Every company is working towards, we have to adopt the AI. We need to be AI. I mean, a lot of people say, good morning, I'm working on this. That's the thing. But what it does not happen, and that's the question to many of them. What should be the evolving identity of leaders? What should be the evolving identity of leaders? As a person, what should be the skill that I need to focus? And more importantly, because there is a mandate that everybody has to use AI, who is responsible for the outcome of the algorithm decision that I'm going to apply? Many of the students say that, many of my developers say that, I have done this code, and if anybody asks 2-3 questions, they say that Claudia has given me, Google Gemini has given me, but nobody says I'm responsible for the algorithm that I selected. And that's exactly the question. Who is responsible for the decision? Right? So now, So I am just using it. It's a combination of quality and quantity. And what I'm doing is I've already selected, under the guidance of Dr. Tariq as well, I've selected a sample of 200 audience who are the C-suite leaders who have been working in day in, day out in the leadership role, embracing AI and working on the real user theory. The question is, how are they able to see the benefit? Now, making it more, and I mean, this is a percentage tested as part of the quality and quantity analysis. 25% is already a reduction in the operational downtime, which I can echo by all the papers and the analysis. And more importantly, if you look at Evelina earlier 20 years back, she was just waiting for something to happen, then act on it. But now there is already a prediction that we are getting. The machine gives the data, machine gives the prediction, she just has to take a decision. So likewise, the reporting frequency will increase. So there is no error or delay in the reporting. It's upfront, which is getting already given to the management team. So coming back to it again, if you ask me, hey, Divya, what are the core competencies that is required for a leadership? Number one, I would say algorithm literacy. There are many algorithms in the market, but the question is your gut, your experience in what is the algorithm literacy that you would use. Number one. Number two, scientific application. Very simple. That defines the success. Number three, ethical governance. I guess most of you have spoken about how important is ethics. We can't choose somebody else to take a decision, but it should be human in the loop. Finally, last but not the least, of the change management. Because anybody and everybody can adopt the AI, embrace AI, but unless there is the AI ethical governance, which is where I would like to focus, to prove that the decision of me by embracing AI is not going to get the situation like what Meta faces. Meta has went and deleted all the emails, and then they were ready to stop it, but nothing happened. That is where my impact is. And so the last release, I would say, what does a leader has to do? Earlier, the leader was one person in the room to take everything. But now, if you take back the example of Evelina, is moving away from heroics to become a facilitator. Right? It's not just asking the entire person to facilitate because the data is ready, the prediction is ready, algorithm is ready. It's just about what do I do. I think that's the admitted experience. I can leave away with saying that nothing to worry for us. Leaders are not going to be replaced, but what decision and instant we take and how we transform is going to be the new era. Thank you everyone for this wonderful opportunities and looking forward to exchange
Provide over there. So you need to provide organisms if you are not going to convert the research. And then also with regard to research, you may have to have a series of methods of review before you actually have the research gap. And you will have to also highlight under which categories this is a population gap, this is a knowledge gap. And so in terms of technology, there is a gap. So you also have to mention what kind of gap you have identified. And then these are all questions that can be asked based on this answering for questions based on what kind of gap itself is knowledge. So that you have to validate and you have to say. And then all this comes from there becomes form of information. So like technology adoption model. So you have to have certain frameworks before you have perhaps identify some because every of them has some concepts as discussions. So there we realize that from what you do, how do you validate it if it's not really clear. So this is a very good initiative that is not over that. So we can have to find out Yes, it's a business factor. So when the more research into something called its projection, review and methodology, then you talk about the results, and then if something goes for further research, whatever. You have to be with it. When you follow the research, it's a message to the company. It is also interesting, but it is one reason why we are looking at it because of the ethics access. Okay, and that is actually very important. So once you bring it forward, we will be able to do something. Yes. And I wait for it. I may do it. To me, in my family, actually, that was sensitive to remember. Even if I understand, there is a great that that later out here. Yes. Maybe might be part in the presentation phase, and I will explain this in the coming. I don't think it's about the sorry. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers and the entire organizing committee and the audition university and all the professors for their guidance, right? And I think definitely it was a very enhancing experience for me, and I would like to thank. So my extract is mainly based on designing autonomy for infrastructure operations. So I am Deepa. I have 25 years of experience of information technology, and currently I head infrastructure and cloud transformation at Vodafone Intelligence.
So this topic is very, very close to my heart, and hence I have chosen this topic. Let me talk about 3:14 a.m. I mean, round about 3:14 a.m. What exactly happens in all companies? And this is the story that I want to talk about. At 3:14 a.m., generally after 3, all our vulnerabilities get exploited. Our certificates get expired. Our log systems get failed because it's full. And as an infrastructure manager, I have been in all these calls regularly. Most of the time, engineers fix themselves, but I've been called every time. I would like to give my example 5 years ago. I was in a production engineer call, right? And one of my friends called me. I told that I'm in a P1. After 3 hours, again he called me, asked, where are you? I told him I'm still in P1. He was asking me, oh, you're stuck in P1 party. What is wrong with your apartment? Then I explained P1 is priority 1. And so that's the situation I want to talk about. Now, what engineers currently? So they actually continuously monitor the system. They have alert receipts continuously. And when they get alerts, they understand the alert, apply the fixes, think about the knowledge base, and apply the fix. And if there is no item in the knowledge base, they try to figure out how they can fix the problem. Okay, so what happens is, what is the research that we have? We have built a big wall of automation script, automation. So I manage an organization like us, and I've studied a lot of other industries. We manage close to 1 million physical servers and around about another 50,000 virtual servers, and on top of it, the hybrid cloud, the public cloud, so on and so forth. So all our knowledge bases are revolving around the fixes. And there is no research talking about how do we integrate all these complex ecosystems and ensure that our infrastructure is able to fix issues autonomously. So what we do is we fix everything sequentially. If our engineers know something, it's all good. But if the engineers do not know, then we are completely under. So there's a big research gap which is there in the subject, okay, of how to fix these problems autonomously. There is a big level of CI/CD, continuous integration, continuous deployment, but autonomy is completely missing. So every time the scripts are automated, which means that it's a linear automation that is in place. So what we have done is we have made automation more complex. Okay, and if there are specific cases we are able to fix, and we are not able to figure out the patterns based on which specific cases can be executed, then we don't have any governance, and this is a very good research gap. So what I am proposing is having a paper of shifting from automation to agency, which is autonomous execution of infrastructure operation. And what it really means is we create agents that can plan, that can act, that can design, that can relearn, and continuously become intelligent on ensuring that infrastructure operations are managed seamlessly. So what I want to do, and we should focus enough about infrastructure operations. But any of you know about the vulnerability attacks technologies? Right? So earlier, the vulnerability attacks patching needs to happen only once in 6 months. Now it's 3 months. And for last month, it is every month. And I'm sure a day will come where we are expected to patch a system in every single day. And that is very near, right? And that's I can envision that. So what I want to do in this paper, I want to take 3 proven grounds. First is automated vulnerability patching. So I am envisioning where the agents can detect the vulnerability, figure out what is the issue, and test the patch in a sandbox environment and tell me, hey, if everything is okay, you just execute in the production. And that's what we would like to do. The second one is instantaneous security response. Now we take minimum 2 3 days to respond to security, and we want to do almost instantly with all the data away. The third one is anticipatory capacity management. Currently, how many of us use the phone? Currently, you find that when you're clicking a photo or a very important moment, you don't have memory. This happens in a home, and what about the million servers that we manage? Right? Which is a very common problem. So I want agents to figure out how to manage this capacity autonomously. So I've gone through a lot of research material, and what I have understood is that if we are able to manage autonomous operations, so there is significant research gap on how to do it. We have found out that we will be able to reduce the mean time to restore. Mean time to restore is when an incident happens. How soon can we bring the systems up? How to reduce the operational expenses, and how to give consistent experience to our customers, and how to accelerate the consistent experience to our customers. Last but not the least, I want to always say, being confident necessarily means because I think most of you would have seen, you would have asked the person to plot and confidently respond to something wrong. So that is the situation. What we have seen is AI systems as well. They can confidently say something which is wrong till as if it's all right. And that is what we want to work on. Like, whilst all these important structures are in place, how do we ensure that we have the right guardrail? I do not want all our production infrastructure to be completely patched by AI because of human input. It's okay to be tested in test environment on the result and seek our approval to ensure that it is done, right? So what are the right guardrails that we need to build and that needs to be worked on? So I would like to say that the engineer's job or the infrastructure manager's job doesn't disappear. It's really that we have a very different job, right? And a lot of people have prescribed how infrastructure operations, how real world applications, how healthcare is changing. What we see is these the entire management is changing, elevated experience. And that's what we would like to say is how engineers' job is moving from low workspace to upspace. So level 1 jobs are disappearing and level 2 and level 3 jobs are increasing. And that's what we would like to say. And what my advice and my proposal is, don't just deploy applications or scripts, design functionality. So this is an extract that I presented, and the concept is very clear, but I would like to work on the proposal to ensure that it's functional. Thank you.
And if we only present the paper like this, it looks all good because we're studying part of engineering from practice, and we have given the major important factors. This is what happens, this is how it goes. But when we're looking from academia point of view, the point of view or POV, as we like to say, is very different. Okay, so you have to go by Lamari, and when you get the things that you have to put in the paper, you have to have the official review, where theory comes in, gap comes in, theory comes in. So if you have already something in mind, this is that gap and you'll find the papers, then take the gap and the theory, that. Find your dimensions and definitions for your works. There are accepted definitions, but ultimately when you give a different definition, but the definition you give in your own words. It is reference to always have knowledge. You start from the definition of what you're going to define, and further you go forward, define your criteria, your theory, your methodology has to be clear, actually, if you go back to your technology, the way you have said technology over there, it's what has happened in reality. Okay. We look at so people who have given automated value manufacturing is a practical aspect. This is not methodology. Methodology is how you figure out or you have to find a way which is acceptable in the practical manner through the experiences that has happened around to find out how you can actually go towards the factory or work towards the factory or not the factory. When it happens, you can accept it. This is what it is. Right. So when you have to get methodology, we understand we can people frequently understand how this goes further. Once you start from there, we all are here to guide you and help you out. All of us volunteer. Thank you. Maybe now the next question. Did we pick Vinay's presentation? Vinay? Let's continue to the next once that Vinay's lecture, let's go to the presentation. Please look. Thank you. Yes, Vinay, welcome.
Good evening, Chair, distinguished panel, and my fellow friends in the room. Thank you so much for inviting me to present this paper, Voice First Healthcare Entrepreneurship for Undeserved Life. Right? Now, before I begin, I want each one of you, if possible, close your eyes and imagine that there is a person who has gone through any kind of online stuff. No food apps, no delivery apps, no what you call online stuff that ever they have done it. And this person, he or she, they want to connect to the doctor at 11 p.m. in the night. But you know why? The son is unwell. So imagine if you ask this question to any part of the rural area, what would be the honest question? What would be the honest answer that we give? Nothing much, right? Now, ladies and gentlemen, this evening I'm going to argue about why this gap exists and what is the alternative mechanism around it. Right? 70% of Indians live in rural areas. 3 of the 4 doctors practice in urban cities. Okay? For decades, we understood that this is the supply chain problem and the price issue because we thought we need more doctors, more clinicians, more subsidies, right? However, the constraint that I'm going to propose now in front of the distinguished panel is about how to remove the barrier called language, literacy, navigation, and physical confidence. I friends, look at that figure. 98% of internet users consume Indian English language. 1 in 3 users have started putting their request over spoken word, right? And they are not typing, right? Despite this, our health apps are assuming that the users are aware about English language and they are confident about typing. But the solution that we are talking about here is voice. Remember, that's the voice that we are trying to bridge the gap. That app assumes that the user knows how to speak. Right? That's the only assumption that the particular solution is going to talk about. And hence, that brings me to the heart of the discussion. Can conversational AI create a health market or only serve the one we already have? That's the question. When I went out for in search of answers in the literature, I found a gap. And I actually came across 4 different streams. Digital health adoption, which speaks very high about why a person actually uses the app or why the person actually abandons the app, but it doesn't speak anything about whether the market really existed in the past. Inclusive and base of pyramid business is a business model where we are talking about providing products and services to the lower strata of the economic pyramid. But we are very good at building products and services for poorer communities. I'm not denying it. But fact of the matter, which we haven't understood clearly, or rather not sufficiently understood the data, is how the design of the technology itself can shut the user unintentionally. Right? That's again one observation. Conversational AI. This is very good. On a day-to-day basis, it is getting better and better. It can understand the words, the punctuation, endless, but very quiet on the viability. It tells us the value, but it doesn't tell us how to build. And lastly, we are talking about responsible AI governance. Right? This is all about, we talk about principles, ethics, practices, very many things. But it is very silent on what a person has to do on Monday morning or anything. And hence, the data that I'm trying to construct here is voice interface plus inclusion and a venture that survives. That's the thing that I would like to propose. Methodology. Everyone see what methodology I adopted in a very simple and plain way. This is a qualitative methodology, right? I did not sit in any lab and run the numbers. I actually stepped out, met the what we call people who are relevant stakeholders. The relevant stakeholders in this case is people who build the health apps, doctors, clinicians, right? First care, practitioners who interact directly with the patients, and investors who actually fund this state. Having interviewed all those stakeholders, right? What I did was I ordered them and then categorized them in different groups, understanding similar ideas, what I'm actually looking out. And then I compared them with the documents transcripts of the field observation. Since this is a quantitative methodology, the result looks very much different from the statistics, right? And hence, I actually brought in 3 layers of the security. What did I do? I actually went back to members whom I interviewed and thought of checking with them whether my understanding about the transcript, what they gave during the interview, is correct or not correct, right? Secondly, I actually gave all this transcripts to candidates who are very good at picking up my blind spot. Normally, people are very good at picking up what we actually need. Then, what third layer he or she can only see. The intentions matter here, right? When I think about that intention, he or she, the customer, might ask something to the app, and the app needs to be smart enough to what I should answer and what I should, refuse to answer. That's more important. Privacy and consent. I hope all of us are agreeing here. Whenever we talk about healthcare or in a hospital scenarios, there has to be privacy and consent that needs to be signed on a paper. Remember again, my customer will read and write, right? And therefore, this has to be taken over spoken language. No connectivity. Again, my customer or our customer whom we are talking to, he or she need not use a smartphone. I don't want them to get into the app, look for the features, navigate all the details, and then try to reach, whoever if they want to, talk about the payment. I want a simple phone call to go to the app like 100, 108, that kind of a scenario that I want to get it done. Distinguished panel, I just want to say that this is not a menu, it is a cumulative thing, and everything is added. Use one condition, any one condition, and the trust collapses, and retention follows immediately. Now, I am entitled to ask the distinguished panel and my fellow scholars sitting in the room as what is new in your research? Right? Having spoken all this, ma'am was always ready to ask me, make me embarrassed. Thank you, ma'am. I'm all yours. Right? I would say the construct itself is very new, right? The reasoning, all this time we are talking about conversational AI being a support factor, but now we are talking this as a basic infrastructure tool for the inclusion purpose. Remember the concept which we were talking about? We want inclusion as well. And the instrument, 6 conditions turn responsible. Just in the previous slide, we spoke about 6 conditions. If we make them work, it is the instrument that we are talking about, not just an insight. And the proposition, the link between the design, access, and the continuity of care is already stated. Before any escalation happens, we need to address this, right? A DBA contribution ends in an instrument, not just in an insight. Implication for practice and policy. Distinguished panel, we are talking to 4 different audiences: entrepreneurs, healthcare managers, investors, and policymakers. Entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs are those guys who are actually building the app, health app. They need to focus more on user-first policy. They shouldn't be focusing on escalation to human is a cost. That is definitely not a cost, right? In fact, that is going to make life very simple. For healthcare managers, they need to discuss about what is the required staff in the healthcare ecosystem or in the hospital system, make necessary arrangements about staffing, the required number of doctors, healthcare professionals, administrators, etc. Investors, distinguished panel, this is very, very important. I'm open to take the questions on this side. Investors, monthly active users say nothing about inclusion. Right? Typically, it doesn't speak. But all that the investor needs to do is track first-time users. Remember, all the users, they are all new customers for us. Track first-time users reach to the app and pause per first care episode. If we provide this data or the numbers, it reveals whether a venture is creating a market or it is just a right? And the last end conclusion, inclusion is not a charity added to a business, but it is a strategy that I'm talking about. Distinguished panel, safety and escalation are not optional here. Any app or any venture that is built without safety and escalation, it is destined to fail. And my next research or the next phase of research that I'm talking about is comparing between 2 languages, Kannada and Telugu, in 2 different regions, the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, right? And then match what is cost per patient. Distinguished panel, India's next 100 million patients will speak their way into the care. They will not type. Thank you so much.
The good presentation, good models that we are trying to, bring about. But of course, it has to fit into the research aspect, which we have already pointed out for the earlier presenters as well. Just few inputs to what we were saying. It is not only the dialect and the accent, but also even for one term, like what you're feeling, like fever. In Tamil, we say cartel or the. I know a particular person who had come from America, and then one of the mates were working there, she wanted some help, and she asked, what should I do if the cartel? But he was familiar once with the job. So he was drinking for a long time, and he meet my nephew. So I asked, what is your problem? He's asking all this. He said, no, I know only Durham. I don't know cartel or no for fever. So that could also be one of the issues here. It's not only the accent and dialect, it is also several words that are being used, multiple words that are being used for representing one simpler for the right now. So
Very true.
So again, we have to take that into account.
Very true.
And also, are you developing this or this voice-based thing? You are doing it or you're just studying about it?
Studying about this.
Right? Okay, so apart from what ma'am said, because you're studying it and because you're confirmed that, we need it in everyone. Okay? We need this in the literature, IMR.
Yes,
methodology or literature, methodology.
Yes,
okay, research and discussion. That
we
we need it.
very embarrassing that I couldn't.
No, that's okay. It's not about embarrassment. It is that we understand committing industry. That is it. Even I think in industry, I don't know about ma'am, but I found it difficult to follow that line quite a long time. My PhD professor probably had to eat a few cloth before I actually got it. That is something there. So you have us. You don't need to come with them. So there you go. So can you go back to your like okay. This one. So one thing you introduce a restricted purpose example. What is the connection?
Ma'am, it is just a set of questions that I prepared hardly about, asking.
The my structure interview.
Yes.
And purpose example is a sampling.
Yeah. Sampling, tier 2, tier 3.
Okay. So, and then what coding are you using here? Result coding is
correct. I'm just, reading the transcript, understanding, the similarity of the transcript, and then, categorizing them.
So now the thing here is, from the beginning itself, yes. So let us start from the beginning. You started qualitative. Okay. So you said qualitative, and then you have to then explain which qualitative. So each qualitative interview is different. So when it's a semi-structured are ordered. So then there is a deep interview. Then something called IPA, which takes deep interviews, which is semi-structured interview. IPA is called interpretive phenomenology analysis, which is deep experience. One of the things we have found is when you are having AI as a research point for you, always in qualitative IPA work, because especially in healthcare, because you're talking about lived experience. Okay, you need to understand people's lived experiences, understand what is not there, the gap that is to come out, or what is there which is not working for you, or working for them. In your case, you already decided that they cannot type. You also decided that they cannot speak either.
No, they can speak.
They can speak, but then you need a dialect is what you said.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as ma'am said, dialect also doesn't work unless there is a dictionary which has all the words of the language.
Yes, that is if I may take 30 seconds. Yes, that particular dialect, when I say whether it is a North Karnataka language or a coastal Karnataka language or in any part of the language, that dialect has to understand because the customer can come from any part of the country.
Yes. So we have language translation, Google which works after languages. Okay. But the thing is, if you are going to research, we need to go back to qualitative and start from qualitative. Define the qualitative, define the method of qualitative, then go forward with what we want, then define the coding, IPA है तो उसका quoting is a case inspector is very clear. But otherwise, what are you doing? Are you using R now? What is your N for population of sample? What is your sample? So what is the sample number? So how many interviews are we talking about? These definitions have to be clear. Okay? This has to come out. And then I think once that is set, the legislative point of view, once the premise is there, either you go to introduction, reflection review, methodology, it's called IMRD, but you go with the introduction, reflection review, research gap, methodology, research gap, hypothesis. If there is evidence qualitative or hypothesis, mostly qualitative hypothesis nahi hota hai. And then you go for methodology, to methodology, then you go to research, then research to research. Details. Yeah. Please elaborate with. We will call expert and people Abhishek.
Session chairs, it's only 6 p.m. and we have one more presentation. I have already said you, please.
Information and so this thing, 60 same right?
Okay, so we are coming towards the end of the first day. Sorry, the guests who are waiting to go down and have a tiring day. So let's conclude it with the felicitation of both the session chair. First, I would like to invite both Rajya sir and Dhananjay sir for the felicitation of both the session chairs. And along with them, I invite the people from foreign, both the guests, please come on the stage. Last time, fast, Tariq sir and Marceline sir. And Nadache, you can also come. She was a patient and listener and observing everything for the entire day. Thank you, Natasha, for your presence in the conference. Tomorrow is your talk. Normally, what happens in India, people ignore the day when they don't have anything. So now I would like to invite Dr. T. Sharmila for the felicitation. Please have a clap. Not all the way from Chennai, and three scholars are presenting, taking care of all the guests, greeting them. Thank you very much, madam. Madam, please sit. Please clap everyone, those who are here. Thank you, madam. Now, the next session chair, Dr. Sindhu Ravindranath, Senior Assistant Professor, ICFAI Business School, Hyderabad. Please have a clap for her. Please have a clap. Okay. 2-3 more certificates. Only certificates. One certificate. I would like to invite Rajya sir to give it to Dhananjay sir for the session chair. Please have a clap. And another one for Dr. Marceline. Marceline, the session chair. Rajya sir, please present the certificate. Now, I would like to quickly invite all of you on the stage for a group photo. Whosoever left and who are left, please come. All the students should come. Only 2 people, one cameraman. Photo మాత్రం పెట్టండి. ఎవరు తీస్తారు? ఫోన్ ఇచ్చిరండి. Students can sit. Okay. Yes. 3 cheers to Adi Shankara. Wait. Thank you. We'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you. It's the same Josh.